Kim at the party. Dad, will you take me over to that?
Can we call Gigi?
These nuts.
I am very uncomfortable sitting here.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
You're what the French call les incompétents.
We're going to count the money.
Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to J is for Justice. Welcome back and welcome in. If you are new here, please consider subscribing and hitting the like button for me today. Welcome to another deep dive weekend live. I like doing these. I've put out a couple videos about this case, a couple shorts, or a video and a couple shorts. But this one we're going to be diving into together. I don't know everything, so we're going to be covering it J for J deep dive style. Hey, Lizzie Bones, what's up? Hi, YouTube bad actors. Hey, Liz. Everybody just coming in. Come on in. You know me and my mouth. Pretty hate machine. I've ignored this case for 2 days, hoping we would get a deep dive. Yeah, we're going to get into it. We're going to cover everything that we know, kind of talk about what we don't know, and how this could possibly go. I mean, it could go both ways, because there's really, what is it, his word? You know what I mean? Hey, Nick Stan. Hi, Mesera. Hello, Jen Fisher, Kim Hastings. Good to see you guys this morning. Marcy's in the house. Hey, Sour Girl. Linda Kramer, good to see you guys. So before we get into today's stream, I just wanted to let you know that we are mourning. I feel like Mark the Shark over here. Because when I was watching Mark the Shark throughout the Nancy case, I thought it's impossible for someone to lose a drone. But we managed to do it. So I'm going to give you the funeral procession to our DJ Mini that was only like not even a month old. But this is what happened yesterday with our drone. And you guys can cry along with me. We're mourning this today, but you won't believe it. You'll be like, oh my God. Okay, so we're being very careful. But what I want to say is that this water right here is infested with alligators. If you know anything about Florida, hi Galen. If you know anything about Florida, this is a canal near me. They are all infested with gators. Like, good morning, Penny. If you know, you know. So, no, we're going to go out there with a net today and try to retrieve it because it's got to be in that area. But my husband jumped in, clothes and all, not even thinking to retrieve this motherfucker. So check this out. This is how it happened. What's up, Caltato? Don't be nasty sometimes.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Watch. Going nice and slow. Oh, gators will mess with you. Are you kidding me? When you're in there shaking things to try to find a drone, they will mess with you. Oh my God. Ah! And that's how it happened. It's so fast, but it's just sickening. Yes, Berg, you know. Georgia Dog almost made himself gator bait by trying to retrieve that. But look at that. It just, like, nice and slow, steady. Oh, shit. Horrible. So hopefully we retrieve it. I don't know if it'll still work once we retrieve it. But yeah, I mean, those waters are scary. Oh, Sour Girl, you were kidding. I was like, that's so not true. Who was driving? Birdie wants to know who was driving. Helen Keller? Roast away. Roast away. It's okay. Hi, Armenian girl. You can roast us. It's all right. Novice. I thought that Helen. What an asshole. Do you think it's in pieces? Oh no. Flo says drone dollars. Ouch. Thanks, Flomo. One more time. Oh, the drive of shame. Oh, I can hardly look. Oh shit. It is. It's awful. But I had to share my Saturday musings. Waterlogged. If you see a flying alligator, you'll know why. Ask ChatGPT to roast me. Jen Fisher says, Jay, I don't know if a net will help. I think if we get a fishing net, it was a hard hit. You're right. And that's wood. It's a wood bridge. So anyways, I just had to share with you peeps. I got my carpet cleaning done, Galen, and I have a studio update announcement. I know I'm bipolar with redoing my studio, but I'm a novice. As Trisha says, it's just me. I am just Jay for Justice, okay? So what I'm doing is I'm redoing my studio. I'm decluttering because I've been told by ChatGPT that my studio was just way too cluttered. So I'm in the process, and I'm going to give you guys a little sneak peek because I ordered already some stuff for the studio. So behind me, where you see the J sign, I am going to be transforming that wall into like the wood slat wall. I think that's going to look sharp. So I ordered the wood slats, and then, you know, you can put lights from above down below. It's going to look sharp. And then put my signs on there. This is the plan as of now. And then I'm going to have a little doggy nook over here underneath the clock. But that's my focus wall. The first thing is Be Me. The wall behind me. I'm going to do that. And then I'm getting rid of this ugly weight shelf. It's seen its day. I've had get wood panel Trisha Styles, says Maggie. It's seen its day. I've had this white shelf since, I don't know, 2019. So I think it's time for an upgrade. It's just a minor upgrade. So, yeah, that's the studio update. I did add a few little things, to my Amazon wish list if you want to help. It's not much. I don't need much because it's going to be a very simple thing. Oh, I also got a plant. It's going to look so good. Olivia B, what's up? Girl, I think you misunderstood me yesterday. You told Alex that I don't like him. That's not true. That's not true. What I said was I didn't like the bullying of Sue Ellen. I like Alex. I don't like the bullying of Sue Ellen. I think you misunderstood me yesterday, but that's okay. I just wanted to clarify. What's up? I need a cactus. No, Jen Fisher, shut up. No, it felt good to declutter. And like I said, then I cleaned. I moved everything. Cleaned. It's okay, Olivia. It's okay. I just wanted to make that clear because I do like him. I didn't want him to think that. But it's okay, babe. Misunderstandings happen. It's all right. It happens all the time. I mean, we're online. We're in chats. It's crazy around here. But I moved everything and steam cleaned like corner to corner, and it just feels so fresh and so clean. So thank you for joining today. Thanks for being here.
Don't be nasty sometimes.
Don't let your studio get nasty sometimes, but I'm still working on it, so bear with me. It's a work in progress. Hopefully every time you see me, or not every time, but you'll be surprised by the upgrades. I'm nesting. It does feel like I'm investing in your ears and nesting. You've been in spring cleaning mode? Me too. Swap that beanie for a biker hat and you got BHB's twin. Oh, you mean her? Lynette Hooker? Okay, so that is Lynette Hooker. Hey, Sparky. Yes, we're going to be covering that. That's what we're going to be getting into, Driftwood. So, all right. So the first thing first, we're going to get into the basics of the case. The two main players are Brian and Lynette Hooker. They are originally from Michigan, my home state. But they're from Lenawee County. And if you're from Michigan, you know that is here's Michigan. Wait, here's Michigan. Okay. Here's Detroit. Lenawee is like over here, like in the middle of nowhere, like Lenawee. You're like in the middle of the palm, okay? Hi, Beans. Oh, Carl Tato said, it's giving me Morpheus vibes. Yeah, I can see where that's possible, for sure. So we've got Lynette and we've got Brian. They've been married for, I think, like 15 years. Like I said, they lived in Michigan. They sold their home. They sold everything inside it. And they decided to buy a yacht. And they wanted to boat. And boat and boat and boat. Hi, Potato. So that's what they did. They sold all their belongings and they were living their best life. The last place that they were was in the Bahamas. And Ashley's going to show us on a map where all of this took place and how it all went down. And then she interviewed her daughter. And her daughter breaks my heart because she's honest. I mean, you can tell the daughter, I think her name's Kaylee. Let me see. She's got a GoFundMe, and I would like to share that. Carly, sorry, not Kaylee. This is Carly, and she wants to find and honor her missing mom. It's really sad. So she does have step siblings, like a step sister, but that's his daughter. It does sound like a dream come true. But then it reminds me of like an older people Gabby Petito case. They were young and they were doing the van life. But then you've got these retirees who were living their best life. So here is the GoFundMe. She has raised $7,600 of $18K. I really think that we can do better than that. And I mean we, like all of us, not just in here. I'm saying overall, this case is making a lot of leeway, and I hope that it continues to make more because her daughter is struggling, and I feel for her, man, because now the stepdad, after the daughter spoke out against him, the stepdad pipes up and he's like, yeah, you know, she takes medication and she's got some kind of issues that, you know, probably need to be addressed. And I was like, oh no, we are not going to start gaslighting the daughter, right? Thank you, Flannel, for 3 months of truth seekership. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for your support. She said, hey, Jay, I was hoping you were covering this one. Yeah, absolutely. It caught me because, you know, I'm from Michigan. And any cases that come out of Michigan, I'm always like, where did this happen? Where, you know? So, yeah, she did interview the mother/grandma as well. And we're going to get into that. That's why I'm saying we have a lot to go over. Bridget, Survey 319, good to see you. Belinda Buckner, good to see you. Thank you for your support as always, honey. So let's get into Ashley Banfield. This is from April the 9th, so it's a few days old. You guys have probably seen it. So we're just going to go through a little bit of the basics, then we're going to move on to the daughter. Thank you for subbing up, Millie.
And Brian Hooker, the two of them had set sail in their retirement and were living on a boat called Soulmate. It's a 55-foot keel boat, and they were sailing in the Bahamas.
And how ironic, the boat they were living on was called Soulmate.
And they were specifically in the northern part of the Bahamas. Bahamas is islands and islands and islands, and the Abaco Islands are up in the northern part of the Bahamas. And one particular area is called Elbow Key. And if you look on a map, you can see it's a 6-mile-long barrier island.
All right, so this is where they were, Elbow Cay.
And it's located in the Abaco Islands. And that's where they were.
Hey, Robat.
The boat was moored. They had used a tender, one of those little rubberized 8-foot dinghies, to go to shore and go to a restaurant. And as they were coming back in the dinghy, Brian told the police that Lynette just bounced out and she had the key and the engine wouldn't work without her and the current took her away, and that was that.
Okay, so this is the actual boat. And he said she bounced out. I guess it was called just a dinghy. I can't imagine it, Survey, because if you think about Brian Laundrie, right? What a narcissist piece of shit he was. Being cramped up in a little van with him. Horrible, horrible. But yeah, this thing's little, right? And you can see he's kind of like sitting on the edge. So I'm picturing her on the other edge. We have other images of them on it together.
I had so many questions about an engine that needs a key when it's an itty-bitty little engine, because we've now confirmed that the pictures you're seeing were the actual little dinghy in question, the tender, the 8-foot tender, with that little electric motor on the back that only goes a couple knots, super slow. So bounced out, hard time believing that. Even with waves, you'd go like that. You wouldn't go bang, 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 because it doesn't get a lot of speed. And then the issue with the keys, interestingly.
Did he jump in? Yeah, but he said that okay, so it's not funny, but his story is so fucking ridiculous. I don't believe him. Okay, y'all can believe what you want. But as far as right now, I don't believe his ass. I'm not even sure if she was in that boat. Like I'm going, and we'll get to that. Hey, Bomb, we'll get to that. But I know they were at a restaurant. Then they got in the dinghy. I'm just wondering if she really was in that boat, and if they're not looking in the water for something that isn't there. Right. They take the little dinghy boat from their yacht to the restaurant, and then they were going back. This is what it was. And he was going to get groceries in this video here, because I watched some of their YouTube videos. But he says she bounced out. Then he says he went in to get her, but he floated the opposite direction. Was he wet when he got to land? Well, he was found on the beach side, so yes. And the daughter has access to a tracking device on him, or on his phone or on his boat, on this dinghy. I don't know what it is, but she said that they could see the path he took in the dinghy as well. And he said she took the key overboard with her, right? We'll get into all the deets.
Lee Aylesworth, Lynette's daughter, has cleared up a lot of information for me regarding that engine and the keys. And it's like a kill switch. It's something you actually plug in. It's got a string off of it, and it gets the engine going. And it would require that Lynette would have probably been at the helm to have grabbed the string, pulled it out, and took it with her as she's going overboard. So a lot of that, again, pretty hard to believe. I'll suspend disbelief in the... So anyway, Brian Hooker has been detained in the Bahamas. He's not charged yet. As of this recording, and it is 11:40 a.m. on Thursday, April 9th. And so we're watching developments.
He still has not been charged. He is still being detained. He has a lawyer. We're going to hear from the lawyer, all this stuff.
In the Bahamas, but I do have some really interesting information. I have been scratching my head about the story that Brian told the police. He left the restaurant with Lynette at 7:30 at night to head back out to their yacht. From the land, they had to head back up to their yacht using this little...
Okay. 7 p.m. or 7:30. He left the restaurant with her. Let's start our little timeline, right? He left the restaurant with Lynette at 7:30 to head back to their yacht from the land. It feels very messy, Flo. Very. They head back out to the yacht using this little dinghy. That was 7:30, and then 4 in the morning, he ended up floating and paddling up to this area. And I'm going to show you that area when we get to that part.
You know, tender.
Hi,
which is what I call it.
Blockbuster.
It's just a rubberized dinghy with a hard bottom. That was at 7:30 at night. But it wasn't until 4 o'clock in the morning that he ended up floating / paddling / blowing in the wind and beaching up on land and going through all of the brush, according to authorities, to find help and then call police. Almost 9 hours. So I kept wondering what was going on for those 9 hours. And interestingly, Carly has told me that she's been able to actually track Brian's movements using the automatic identification system, AIS tracking system.
Yeah,
basically,
it is.
it's a shipboard system. It uses transponders to sort of plot your course, your speed, your real-time position and data. And she's actually seen this course that he said he took. The data actually shows that he did blow that entire course. So that is super interesting. And it's certainly, that speaks well for his case that he has told the Bahamian police. But there are a lot of other really disturbing things that I've learned. This relationship was not good, according to Carly Aylesworth, Lynette's daughter. She has shared text messages with me, which I'm going to share with you in a moment. These are text messages.
Ashley got the tea, per usual. Sharks, possibly. It's like in a cove, though.
That her mother texted to a friend about leaving Brian. Carly has told me that the circumstances were so bad that she had tried to leave him twice before, but that financially she felt tied to him. She felt as though her mother and Brian had been drinking a lot lately, and said that, this is what Carly said, that Carly's mom, Lynette, said that when Brian was drinking, it was so bad, it was embarrassing.
God, I just, alcohol, I can't stand it. I hate hearing this. I hate hearing that Carly went through this. I hate hearing this because I was married to someone who quite the drinker. He wasn't mean, but different. People are always different when they're drunk, and they're idiots and embarrassing. I mean, I just hear that and it just makes me cringe. Like that poor woman. There's a reason alcohol is called spirits. Oh, it makes me sick. She's trying to leave. They're drinking together. It's just, I could see it being an accident, but DV is concerning. Right. I mean, they both could have been freaking wasted. What if they were both wasted and she literally did fall over and he was wasted? Yeah, some people just don't need to drink. It's just excessive drinking. That's a problem, I think that all of us can relate to someone we know or even ourselves maybe being in a situation like this. It's a very, very common situation. Why would she take the key so he couldn't get her? I mean, That doesn't seem to make sense. You would have to have your wits about you. Irish says he's a Marine. He took an oath not to leave her behind. Well, let's keep going.
For the people around him to see his behavior. Also, there was talk of divorce. According to Carly, her mother had talked about divorce. And when I specifically asked Carly if she thinks that her stepfather killed her mom, her answer is harrowing. So you're going to see that
Good for
entire
you, Mr. Biscoff.
conversation in just a moment. But I want to read for you some of the text messages that Lynette shared with a friend of hers.
And I just want to say, I mean, this picture, Ashley, I mean, I'm not going to blame Ashley. Lindsay, I could have gone the rest of my life without seeing this photo of Brian. Olivia, thank you for joining today. Welcome into the Truth Seekers, and thank you for your support. Why not just get a hotel? Because when you're drunk, you don't think straight, right? If we thought straight, we wouldn't have like drunk driver accidents and stuff and people making poor decisions all the time. But White Lotus, I just want to take a little sidebar because I want to address your comment that you're a little worried after watching the live with Molly yesterday because of your credit card and stuff. I don't want you to worry. Just be aware. Okay? I don't want you to worry or lose any sleep over it. But just be aware and keep an eye on your stuff. Okay? I just wanted to address that. I didn't want to leave you hanging. But Lindsay, shame on you for this picture. Pretty hate machine. Ugh. Okay, here we go.
Some of them are from 2015, and some of them are from 2022. So let me start with the text message most recently from 2022. Lynette says to her friend, "Nothing but fighting since we bought the boat. Then he started turning to insults. So I packed my stuff and left. I'm in Florida visiting parents. I'm okay with it. I feel nothing. It's something."
Okay, so this is Lynette to her mom, I think she said.
"I probably should have done 15 years ago, but now I need to find a job. I gave up everything I worked for. There's nothing to fight over. It's scary and exciting at the same time. I'm lucky to have awesome parents who support me."
Her friend. And her mom is very, knows everything too.
"But I'll never marry again." Those, again, are messages from Lynette to her friend in 2022. And in one text to the same friend in 2015, Lynette
Mama
says,
Bear.
"I was warned. He came with too much baggage." You should know that...
Oof. There's so many red flags. You're welcome, hon. I didn't want you to worry. There's so many red flags with this situation, you guys. I was warned. He came with too much baggage, wanting to leave multiple times. There's just so much.
warned, he came with too much baggage. You should know that, as Carly describes it, her mom and Brian were retired, and they were living on their 55-foot keelboat called Soulmate and sailing around. So this was supposed to be, living the dream in retirement.
Yeah.
And that, if her mom wanted to leave, there was really nowhere to go because this was their home other than going to her parents or coming back to mainland USA and being with family. So it's just sort of telling the circumstance that Lynette Hooker was in at the time that she disappeared. Carly seems to think there may have been life insurance, something that her mom may have been able to get from her prior job. She's not sure about that, but you'll hear how she describes it in our interview.
So both of these guys worked at AT&T, and I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming that that's where they met. Hey, Bloomy. I'm assuming that's where they met, was AT&T. He was a Marine also. So then, let's hold on. We're going to skip the GoFundMe because we already covered that. Okay, so now we're going to hear about Brian's lawyer.
Announced against Brian Hooker. The lawyer who purports to be representing him has put out a statement. Terrell Butler in the Bahamas has released this statement, and she says Mr. Hooker categorically and unequivocally denies any wrongdoing, and in particular the allegations recently made by Carly Aylesworth. He has been cooperating with the relevant authorities as part of an ongoing investigation. Mr. Hooker cannot provide further comments to the media or the public at this time while the investigations are ongoing. So again, that is Terrell Butler, Bahamian attorney. apparently retained by Brian Hooker, as he is in limbo at this point. And again, it's early in the day on Thursday. It's just before 12 noon, Thursday, April 9th. So by day's end, who knows if there'll be charges or not. But, it took 4 days before an investigation was even opened.
Okay, this blew my mind. It took 4 days for an investigation to be opened. That is so scary. And, again, before we watch Carly, I just want you to keep that in mind. Imagine that being your mom. We'll do another poll later on in the stream to see if your mind has changed.
And it didn't happen right away with the Bahamians. It happened with the U.S. Coast Guard. Last night, late, I had to rush back and redo the top of the podcast because everything I'd done all day, the recording, had no investigation on day 4. And this is day 5 today. And late in the evening, the U.S. Coast Guard in the Bahamas opened its own investigation. And then today we learned that there is this criminal investigation. In fact, I think late last night, we learned that he was being detained. No criminal charges yet, but that there is this local criminal investigation that's ongoing. So here now is my conversation with Carly Aylesworth, Lynette Hooker's.
I don't know why. I have no idea. I don't know if it's because this happened in the Bahamas, but it's heartbreaking to hear her daughter. And she's done a lot of interviews with different networks and things like that. But I found this one to be the most thorough, that she pretty much included everything that she said everywhere else, and then some in Ashley's interview. So let's take a listen to Lynette Hooker's daughter, Carly.
Daughter. And, she's had a very long night. She's exhausted. She's talked to the press. She's talked to the authorities. She's talked to the U.S. Coast Guard. They're helping to liaise with her. She's talked to the U.S. Embassy. So this has been a living hell. So I'm very appreciative that she gave me this time. But here's our conversation. Carly, what is the latest that you've heard from the...
First of all, just look at her eyes. This girl is in a living hell. Sitting in Michigan while her mom bopped overboard, according to her husband. And she's just at home trying to raise money to get down there. That's what the GoFundMe is for. It's for her to get down there to find out what in the hell is going on with her mom. And also, she's not ignoring the fact that her mom might not even be here anymore on this earth. And she wants to honor her mother. So one way or the other, if you donate to the GoFundMe, it's going to a good cause, because this girl is going through it. And she seems like such a nice young lady that it breaks my heart. I couldn't imagine my daughter sitting there desperately wanting me. It's unimaginable. It's unimaginable.
Bahamian authorities or the U.S. Coast Guard?
I heard from my lawyer that it turned into a criminal investigation last night. And last I knew, he got a lawyer in the Bahamas to represent him.
Has Brian made any overtures to you other than that initial voicemail and email that he sent?
He sent me some texts, and he has called a couple times, but otherwise, no.
And when he called, were you able to answer the phone? Did you have a conversation with him?
No, I did not. I just let it go to voicemail.
And what effectively did he say in those texts and voicemails?
Just that he wants to be there for Rosie and I, his other daughter, and that he's doing what he can to look for her.
Were you able to ask him any questions back?
Stop.
Meaning, what happened? Lay it out for me. Sort of get him on the record saying what he says happened to your mom?
When he called me Sunday night, I was still in shock when he was talking to me, so I didn't really say much. I just said, okay. Just trying to process that. He tried to say that he was going to come up and visit, and he would like to see us, but I didn't respond to that, and then he quickly got off the phone.
And this is like 24 hours after your mom had disappeared, right? That he made this first contact with you?
Yeah.
Were you surprised on Sunday night when you got this information? Did he say anything about why he waited so long to tell you?
He did not tell me why, no, but I was very surprised that this happened, yes.
What's your relationship with Brian Hooker?
He's been in my life for about 25 years now, since I was about 4 years old.
Oh, wow. So I thought it was 15. Maybe they were married for 15. He's been in her life for 25 years. Wait, since she was 4? So she's 29. 30 years old.
He has always been there. He acted like another parent to me. I just know that him and my mom had some rocky issues, but they never dragged me into it, so Yeah.
So effectively, I saw one of the messages he said it's dad when he reached out to you. Did you call him dad?
No, I called him Brian. He was my stepdad.
Was it weird that in the message he said, Carly, it's dad?
No, it's not weird. He has referenced that he's dad before, but I never called him that.
It seemed as though in the Facebook statement, well, let me get your impression of his Facebook statement that he put out yesterday.
It was really sad to see. I know he loved her in his own way a lot. I don't know, it just sucks to see right now.
Yeah. Did you think at all that it sounded defensive before it sounded concerned about
Bloom.
your mom?
I don't know. I don't know.
Tell me a little bit about the relationship. You said that it's been rocky. How rocky and in what way?
Just that they get into fights more often when they drink, and I guess lately they've been drinking more. So I'm just concerned that something happened that can't be undone.
And you know that they have been drinking more? In what way, and how do you know that?
Yes, my grandma told me that she's been confiding in her their relationship problems and that they've been fighting more and that it's been embarrassing for other people to witness. And she did send me a voice message one night that she was really drunk, but I just kind of like ignored it. I was like, okay, Mom. She's like, I'll talk to you in the morning. I was like, okay. So I just kind of brushed it off, not thinking. Like, I knew drinking was a problem in their relationship. They went about 1.5 years being sober because I knew the problems that would arise. But I just kind of was like, okay, she's an adult. She can handle it herself, I guess.
Were you concerned?
So they actually quit for 1.5 years. So obviously, if you're making a conscious effort, and this is no shade, but if you're making a conscious effort to say, I'm quitting drinking altogether, and it's not to like lose weight or anything like that, it's because you don't act right when you drink. It just does not agree with you. Like some people, it just doesn't agree with. But, you know, I don't blame her. You know, her mom's an adult. You know, she stops for 1.5 years and they fall off the wagon. It's not her responsibility. You know, she'll figure it out. That, I mean, that's why it's so hard. You know, you've got an almost 30-year-old girl who has to take on the stressors of their substance problem. And then now ultimately this. Just very sad.
About the level of drinking between the two of them?
Yes, drinking is not really good for my family, it seems, so I just wish it never started again.
Do you know anything about where your mom and Brian were before they set out on the dinghy?
I know they went to Elbow Cay, I think it was, to go to a restaurant. That's all I know.
Has anyone in the restaurant, have you had a chance to talk to anyone in the restaurant about their condition or what was happening in that restaurant before they left?
No.
Can you believe that? Can you believe that? The first thing I heard, I'm like, oh my God, we need to go to the Bahamas and we need to start asking questions. This poor girl hasn't even been able to talk to a bartender, a waitress, a manager of the restaurant. You know, what did the waiter, what did the bartender notice? She has no information. 4 days in. Flow your butt, Modern.
But is it normal for them to go ashore, go to a restaurant, and then go back out to the boat?
Yeah.
And the dinghy, I've seen in their social media, Brian driving around in a small dinghy, and I wondered if that's the dinghy that Brian is referring to.
Yes.
It's that small dinghy in the pictures. Mm. So on the back of that dinghy is a very small engine. It almost looks like it's a 2 or 4 horsepower. Do you know anything about that engine?
It's an electric engine. It goes only a couple knots.
Very slow. Yeah, not the kind of thing that you would bounce.
Okay, Ashley is really hung up on the kill switch and all that, so I'm going to skip that part. So we're going to get to the part where... Right here.
Did he claim that she was driving that night?
I don't believe so, no.
Is it possible that there would have ever been a circumstance where maybe Brian had had too much to drink and Lynette took over the helm?
Hey, Toe Beans.
Maybe, but I highly doubt it.
Did she know how to drive the dinghy? Could she have driven by herself if she wanted to?
Yes, she could.
Yeah. And she's a strong swimmer, right?
Yes.
As is he. I think I saw that he's a Marine.
Yes.
So I'm trying to figure out, he says to the police that they left Elbow Cay at 7:30 at night, but he didn't wash up on shore after having paddled and drifted for about 9 hours.
Yeah.
Have you been able to see the distance that he's talking about?
Yes, I someone got into his AIS system so they could see where he was, and it looked like he went up Elbow K like early in the morning Sunday. So
Okay, so let's take this back. Someone got into his AIS system so they could see where he was, and it looked like he was up Elbow K early in the morning on Sunday. She says, I don't really know what happened between 7:30 and the time he went up the coast. Early in the morning Sunday. So he was found at 4 a.m. How did he drive the dinghy if she had the key? How was he driving around? And Indelible Bloomy, thank you for sending a truth seeker ship over here to Little Boston Scallum. And Flo says, sorry for deleting that message. She was in the hygiene hatch.
I don't really know what happened between 7:30 and the time he went up the coast.
What's the AIS system?
It's like a tracking system for the boat.
But that would be a tracking system for Soulmate, the yacht, right?
Oh, he paddled even though he said the water was so rough? Come on.
Not necessarily the small dinghy.
There is one for the boat, but I also think he has it on his phone.
And so did you see his trajectory?
He has it on his phone, but he was paddling, but he couldn't get to her?
Like, could you trace that he actually did float all the distance that he said he did?
It did say that they were in Elbow Key or K by the restaurant, and then later on that night it went up the coast.
And you could actually see the distance that it...
Okay, so I don't understand. It went up the coast. Where's the yacht in reference? You know what I mean? Where's the yacht in reference to the restaurant and the direction that he went up the coast? Was the yacht up the coast or down the coast? Do we know? Was he headed in the direction of the dang yacht? Hello, Rain King. Good to see you. Oh, a phone. No reception to call for help. Good question, Pretty Hate.
Did it travel? Any idea how far he had traveled in that boat, in the dinghy?
No idea.
But it did show that dinghy traveled the distance that he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
Did the police know about that?
Yeah, I showed the Coast Guard.
It's fascinating. Mm-hmm. Also, tell me a little bit about what the Coast Guard has told you.
From what I got when they were here, just that they were getting all the facts to know what could possibly go on. And then they went to Jackson to talk to more of our friends and family.
But the Coast Guard is working in the Bahamas. I think I read that the Coast Guard was part of the actual search and rescue teams in the beginning, right?
Yeah.
The U.S. Coast Guard's presence in the Bahamas at the Abaco Islands.
Yeah.
And so are you dealing directly with the folks in the Bahamas, the Coast Guard representatives who are actually on site?
I have not talked to them. I have talked to the U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas just this morning. Finally got a call from them. So
it took 5 days for her, or 4 days, to get a call from the U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas. What does that tell you? What kind of information was he giving the Bahamian authorities? That's horrible.
I know they're starting to do like their investigations and whatnot.
What did they tell you, the U.S. Embassy?
What exactly did they tell us?
That they're not the ones that do the investigation.
Oh, that they're not the ones to do the investigation.
Isn't that great? You get a call after 4 or 5 days from the U.S. Embassy in the Bahamas, and they say, hey, you know what? We're not the ones doing it.
Liaison though to help us.
They can be a liaison to help us.
And so you've got a contact at the U.S. Embassy now, at least, that can help you understand the process and what comes next.
Yes.
Is anyone from your family at this point thinking of going over to the Bahamas to speak directly with the Royal Bahamian Police?
I know, that's what I was picturing. I was picturing, like, remember back in the day? Do you guys remember when Nancy Grace and Greta Van Susteren were boots on the ground in Aruba? And let me tell you, they were a force to be reckoned with. Good old Greta Van Susteren and Nancy Grace. Boots on the ground. Remember that? I was like, we need Ashley boots on the ground in the Bahamas getting some answers. And I kind of felt like, is Ashley going to go to the Bahamas because she was really asking a lot of like investigative journal. She really had her investigative journalist hat on. I like Greta too. But listen closely to the kind of questions she's asking. Once she finds this stuff out, that she A, has not spoken to anybody from the restaurant, B, only got a freaking call from the embassy after a few days. Hello, Martha. Welcome in.
I think my stepsister was thinking about going down there. I know his sister's already down there. I was planning on going down there to look eventually if I can raise enough money, but otherwise, no one has.
Hi,
talked to them yet.
Anders.
And you have a GoFundMe, right?
Yes,
What's the name of your GoFundMe?
it is Help Find
GoFundMe
and Honor
is
My
in
Missing
chat.
Mom.
So at this point, we don't know if
Hi, Michelle.
Brian Hooker has actually been charged with this, right? Just that he's being detained.
Right.
Has anybody told you anything about the criminal investigation at this point and what they have found and what they haven't found?
No, they have not.
But still no sign of your mom. When you first heard the news
Hi, Lori.
that your mom was missing, did you suspect something nefarious right away?
I was too in shock when I was being told, but as I was processing it, stuff just didn't add up to me. It just seems very unlikely that she would just fall overboard. And why would she be swimming away from the boat? Why wouldn't she be swimming towards the dinghy? Or why didn't he drop anchor and look for her? It just doesn't really make sense.
Does the dinghy have an anchor?
Yes.
And do you have any idea, did anyone
Damn thing has an anchor, dude. Come on. That right there tells you. Did he toe beans? I haven't gotten to that yet. I have all that saved, but I haven't seen it all.
tell you about the actual currents in the place that they were between the yacht and land?
I did read somewhere that it was only a couple knots the wind or the current was, but I did read that it was very windy, but the knots in the water, the tide was not going that fast.
So it didn't sound plausible. I mean, usually where you anchor, it's safe harbor. It's a place where you're not going to be
calm.
yanking on your anchor all night. So the distance, any idea how far from land the yacht was when they anchored and then took the dinghy into land? Like how long was that journey that they had to make?
They did have to cross some water to get to the other island, but it's not very far if it's in the dinghy ride.
Any idea how far?
Do you know how far? No idea. I've never been there. I was at a different island when I was there with them.
And also, do you?
So we don't know. We don't have any of that information either. Erica says, I've swam in a very strong current in the Bahamas, and if I wasn't holding onto the boat, I would have never been able to swim back to the boat. For real? Thank you for subscribing, Angelica. Yeah, we don't know how far.
Do you have any idea how bad the weather really was? Because he said the weather was, really bad, and that's why Lynette fell over.
I just know it was about 20 miles per hour winds, and it was about 3 knots the tide was.
But not roiling seas and rain and thunder and lightning. It wasn't a storm of any kind.
Yeah, no. I don't believe they would go out in a storm like that anyways.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to make sense. I mean, the whole thing just seems very odd. What?
Yeah, I mean, it's Lori, I get that question, and I thought that too. Like, could she have swam back without telling anyone? But I don't think so because she left everything behind. And then you've got her daughter and you've got her mom. Oh my gosh, her and her mom seem like they were really close. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's possible, but I'm thinking no.
I have seen comments about Brian's temper in the past, things that you've witnessed. Can you tell me things that you've seen with regard to Brian's temper?
He gets away with his emotions sometimes. I've seen him do stuff to his daughter out of anger, and now I'm worried that it's happened to my mom, and it's something that he
Okay, this is where it gets really disturbing. I've seen him do something to his daughter.
can't undo.
Have you ever seen him be violent with your mom?
I've heard stories from her, but I haven't seen it with her. I have seen it happen with his daughter. The same stuff that she describes happened to her.
Can you tell me what you saw with Brian and his daughter?
They were talking about something religious because she's super religious and he's an atheist, and she ran off, and then he followed her and grabbed her by the neck and was like, "Say yes, sir," to her in her face. And then we had to go to court for that, and I was a witness.
This right here. This is why he came out and gaslit her and said, "Oh, she's got issues. She takes medication for." Like he can fuck directly off. And she was little when she was a witness to this. I think she says 3rd grade. Imagine that.
and he's an atheist, and she ran off, and then he followed her and grabbed her by the neck and was like, "Say yes, sir," to her in her face. And then we had to go to court for that, and I was a witness.
How old was she?
Like around 12. I was in 3rd grade.
Oh my God. Yes, he came out and said she has issues. Yeah, we're going to get to that. She was in 3rd grade. You have a dad, a grown man, putting his hands on his daughter's neck. She was 12.
And
So she was a child when this happened.
Mm-hmm.
And what was the outcome?
They stopped coming over. I don't know if he was charged with anything, but I just know that Jesse and Jake stopped coming over after that.
These are his 2 kids?
Yes, out of 3. He has a 3rd one, too.
And does he have a relationship with those kids now?
He does with one of them, but Jesse, he does not talk to.
Since that incident?
Basically, yeah.
How old is she now?
30-something.
Wow. She's 30-something. She hasn't had anything to do with her dad since he put his hands on her neck when she was 12.
So it's been an estranged relationship with his own kids all these years.
Yeah.
Does he speak with the other 2 kids?
He speaks with Jacob over FaceTime sometimes, and then Rosie, yes, he talks to Rosie.
And is it Rosie who is in the Bahamas now?
She wants to go to the Bahamas, yes. She's enrolled.
And have you been speaking with those siblings about what's happened?
I've talked to Rosie, yeah.
What does Rosie think?
She doesn't want to believe that her own dad would do that, which I understand. It's pretty hard for me, too, to even wrap my head around this, but she just was going to go down there to support him, to help look, but I even mentioned, I don't know if that's a good idea right now to get into this mess.
Do his kids have any suspicions about what happened, though?
I haven't talked to Jacob, but there is some speculation right now as to what actually happened.
What do they think?
That he didn't do the best he can to look for her.
Do they think that Brian intentionally pushed Lynette overboard?
They have a suspicion that something could have happened, but they don't want to say, for sure, because that's their dad.
Yeah. What do you think happened?
I think either she did actually fall off and he just was like, "Oh, well, look at all that life insurance," and just paddled away, or he pushed her out and she was unconscious or something. I don't know.
Ooh, so she's not thinking that her mom jumped out to get away from him. She thinks that either she fell off and he was like, "Oh, well." Or he pushed her off. And she was unconscious because her mom is going to tell us that she was an excellent swimmer. Yeah, you're welcome, Linda. So this girl here was in 3rd grade when she had to testify as a witness to Brian hurting his daughter by grabbing her around the neck. Or never made it back to the dinghy. I don't know, Lori. That's what I'm wondering.
You mentioned life insurance. Do you have any idea what the policy, or if they have a life insurance policy?
I have no idea, but I'm assuming she does from her retirement.
Do you think that Brian had any intention of leaving your mom? Had they talked about separation, or had they been having marital difficulties?
They've talked about separating before, and the last time they were together, he did choke her out and threaten to kill her and throw her overboard.
Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. When was this? Two years ago?
So the fact that this is happening, they've talked about separating before, and the last time they were together, he did choke her out and threaten to kill her and throw her overboard.
Wait. The last time they were together, when? Hold on.
Out and she was unconscious or something. I don't know.
You mentioned life insurance. Do you have any idea what the policy, or if they have a life insurance policy?
I have no idea, but I'm assuming she does from her retirement.
Do you think that Brian had any intention of leaving your mom? Had they talked about separation, or had they been having marital difficulties?
They've talked about separating before, and the last time they were together, he did choke her out and threaten to kill her and throw her overboard. So the fact that this is happening 2 years later is a little bit.
Okay, so they talked about separating 2 years ago, and he said he would choke her. Oh, he did choke her. 2 years ago, he choked her, threatened to kill her, and throw her overboard. So the fact this is happening 2 years later is a little bit like, how can we not be suspicious? I mean, that's some pretty specific shit to say, and then it happens. So this is her stepfather. She's the stepdaughter.
Like, how can we not be suspicious when you've already said that this was going to happen?
Did your mom confide in her mom, your grandmother, specific incidents, anything that had happened between her and Brian?
She did.
Yeah, she mostly confided in my grandma.
And do you know what she told your grandma?
Just that they've been fighting more often lately, especially when they've been drinking, and that it's embarrassing for other people to see. And she has mentioned that it's not safe to be with him.
She told.
Okay, so was there a fight at that restaurant? She did, yes, Iris. She bought a plane ticket a month ago and didn't get on the plane. She was going to go to her mom's in Florida, here in Florida.
And she has mentioned that it's not safe to be with him.
She told your grandmother it's not safe to be with Brian?
I don't remember where I read that, but she has said that to one of her friends, at least.
Hi, Michelle.
And what can you expand on that? What did she mean by it's not safe?
I'm guessing just when he starts drinking, he gets a little bit more, he gets different, and she did complain about him, how he acts when he drinks. He just gets more like smart-assy and feistier, I guess. So, yeah.
Did she ever tell your grandmother or any of her friends specific things that had happened?
Just about, I think that she's told them more than what she's told me. But I do know that there's like a picture of bruises all over her back from one of her friends. And she mostly tells my grandma all of that stuff.
Do you have that picture of your mom with bruises?
No, I don't.
Who has that picture?
One of her friends in Jackson.
And is that something that you're going to forward to the Royal Bahamian Police as part of their investigation?
I believe they did, yeah, to the Coast Guard.
Did your mom say that the bruises were from Brian?
Yeah, I'm sure.
But do you know for sure?
I don't know 100%, no.
But her friend, your mom's friend, told you that the picture exists?
She told my grandma, which told me.
Right, right. Has anyone in your family ever suggested to your mom that she leave
it's
Brian?
interesting.
Yes, multiple times. Every time she leaves him, we don't want her to go.
It's really interesting that she was thinking ahead to leave pictures with a friend, stories with her mom. I mean, you're going to see that her mom is literally, and that's a really good point, Pines. Now I want to know if there's therapy notes or a diary, phone notes or journals. There might be. But her mom is like a literal journal for what this woman's been through.
Go back, but she always goes back.
How many times has she left him?
I know for sure of 2 times, one when I was in high school and one 2 years ago, but I'm sure there's been more times.
What are the circumstances of her leaving him? Like what precipitated it, do you know?
Just when he choked her out. That's what made her leave last time.
So the final time was when he allegedly choked out your mom. What about the time before that?
That was in high school. She didn't tell me why. She just was in my room crying when she told me.
And what did she say?
Just that they're gonna get a divorce.
She had talked about divorce beforehand?
Mm-hmm.
Did she say what his reaction was?
No, I just know that he was crying downstairs because I heard him crying.
Brian was crying in the house after your mom told him she was leaving?
Mm-hmm.
Was he angry?
Not that I know of.
Were there any other times other than these 2 times that you know of that your mom may have tried to leave Brian?
No, not for certain.
And they were retired, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so did they have plenty of money? Were there any financial struggles or issues between your mom and Brian? Did Brian have any debts? Was there anything that you can think of that would give some motive?
Not that I know of. I do think she has life insurance out from being retired from AT&T. I know he doesn't have any retirement from AT&T, so I don't know how good he's sitting. But I do know that last time they broke up, my mom told me that they she's better when they're together financially, but when they're apart, she's going to have to work if they broke up, and she was going to try to work at the post office.
She had actually talked about having to get a job at the post office to live separately from him.
So her mother was talking about leaving, but then she's like, fuck, I just retired, sold everything, invested in this damn yacht, and this is all we have now. Can you imagine? Oh, what a horrible, this situation is just horrible all around, like, for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
When was that?
2 years ago.
And so do you feel that your mom was financially pressured to stay with Brian against her will?
Probably not.
But she mentioned to you that she's financially stronger when she's with him, and if she's not with him, she would have to get a job and come out of retirement.
Mm-hmm.
Was there retirement to be on the boat and sail around the world, or were they just on a visit to the boat?
Their plan was to stay on the boat and travel around.
So they were living on the Soulmate yacht?
Yeah.
A 55-foot yacht?
Something around there, yeah.
Did they sell their belongings back at home?
Yep.
So that was their home. I mean, there was nowhere for your mom to go. If she wanted to get off the yacht, she didn't have another home to go to.
Exactly.
Did she ever
See, that is not a situation that is good to put yourself in, I don't think. Like, same with van life. Like, don't sell your house and live on the road with somebody like that, especially if he's temperamental. Like, that is the worst thing you can do. And we're going to learn from her mother, she wanted to have like a house in Michigan and then like a house in Florida and have boats in both places, because Michigan has beautiful inland lakes. And of course we have the Great Lakes. So, yeah, it sounds to me like she wanted a house in Florida. Her parents have a house in Florida. They retired down here. She wanted to be close to her parents. So it sounds like there was some isolation tactics maybe going on with Brian.
tell your mom that it was a mistake, that she wished she hadn't gotten on the yacht?
Probably.
But didn't mention anything to you?
I do have text saying that she sold everything to be living this dream and now has to leave it or something like that. She sent text messages to my friend or one of her work friends about it.
Yeah.
So tell me a little bit more about those texts.
Right here. Nothing but fighting since we bought the boat. Then he started turning to insults, so I packed my stuff and left. I'm in Florida visiting the parents. This was in 2022. Yeah, that's basically.
Hey,
Are
Mary.
there any
Hey,
other texts like
reality.
She said it's something I probably should have done 15 years ago, was to leave him. Yeah, that's basically it.
Who are these texts to?
Her name's Corey.
Is that a friend?
She used to be a friend, yeah, a work friend. I don't know if they're still close, but I know they were at one time.
And these were texts that Corey sent you?
Yeah.
In light of everything that's happened?
Mm-hmm.
Were there any other texts that they sent? Her friends? Or your mom? Or your grandmother? Did your grandmother have any text messages from your mom?
Probably, but I don't have
We're
them.
not mean.
And are you in regular communication with your grandmother about everything that's happened?
Mm-hmm. I've talked to her every day since.
Okay, so on this note, Grandma is in the know, okay? So we are going to go over to Ashley again, and we're going to go to the mother of Lynette, okay? Oh, there's Lindsay with that picture again, you guys. Lindsay hates us.
Darlene says, Lynette.
She even zoomed. Ew, he's bloody right here. What is, ew. Anyways, Lindsay hates us with this B-roll picture, but we'll let it slide because we love her. And we love Ashley. So you guys check out Ashley at Drop Dead Serious. This is the interview with the mother of Lynette. She's talking about her son-in-law. And this was just one day ago. More information coming in.
Seem to have all the money. And it's not a little bit, it's a lot. It's a lot of money. So I want you to hear this interview that I had with Darlene. And I think, listen, it's really important to understand. Darlene wanted to do this interview because she wants anybody out there, if you are out there right now and you're listening and you feel that you're in a bad relationship, she wanted to do this interview with me to tell you, please don't.
Okay, so now we go to this interview and I'm like, whoa, where are you, Ashley? You got palm trees, you've got tropical flowers. Is she in the Bahamas? Because I know she ain't in Vermont. Why can't we get this much info on Nancy? I don't know. Because they're all famous. They've written the narrative, I guess. But is she?
Don't let it go on too long. Please don't do what my daughter did. Please don't keep going back, because eventually it could end very, very badly for you. And I'm very thankful that she's done this interview with me as a cautionary tale to so many people out there who are victims of domestic violence. Here now is my conversation with Darlene Hamlet. Well, let's just sort of start from the beginning. Oh, I mean, what was it like when you got that phone call from Brian 24 hours after Lynette went missing?
With the lifestyle that my daughter and her husband lived, I had been preparing for that phone call for a long time. So it was short. I have news to tell you. Lynette's missing. Pretty much all that was said.
That's what he freaking told her mom. I have news for you. Lynette's missing.
And so later on in the day, I had to call him back. I said, I need more details. I said, this is not enough. And so he went through his day with me. And I broke down. So, I mean, what else would I do? You know,
It's distressing to hear you say that with the lifestyle, it wasn't an unexpected call. Talk to me more about that.
There was a lot of good times and bad times in my daughter's relationship with her husband. A lot of highs and a lot of lows. They had, when it was fun, it was really fun. And when there were bad times, there were bad times. And the fact that she had left him on numerous occasions before and continued to go back even after she had been hurt.
And this goes to show, guys, this goes to show right here that you can't talk someone into leaving. She had the support of her parents, and it's not her fault, but it just goes to show how difficult it is to make that jump, how difficult it is to get out. You know, hey, Holly, I mean, you can have all the support in the world and it still is so hard. And then her mother had to sit by and watch and hope that one day she just didn't go back. You know what I mean? No one can live anybody's life for them. And sadly, you're going to hear it's heartbreaking. She actually went to groups to find out how to understand this, you know, and what to do. How do I support my daughter through this? And then everybody judges, you know, like, why isn't she leaving? Why isn't she leaving? And then you isolate from friends because you don't want to explain why you're not leaving. And it's a big snowball of anxiety and fear and all of those things. And it's just heartbreaking to think that her mom, you know, literally had to sit by and watch it. And, you know, it's like my dad, when my brother went through going to rehab for his alcoholism, my dad started going to Al-Anon after that. And he religiously went to Al-Anon until the day he died. And that's just what he did because he wanted to understand and support my brother. And that's the relatable I can be with her because my parents had to do the same thing. Like, you have to wait for your loved one to reach that rock bottom, and it's hard to watch. And it's just horrible that she was like not really surprised. Happy Sunday, Dr. Macy. Good to see you. We are delving into this really sad case involving domestic violence, a missing woman, and a lot of really bad dynamics.
It was something that was very difficult for me to understand. And I did a lot of crying, and I had to prepare myself for what I thought was someday going to happen, unless she finally decided she had had enough. I think they loved each other, but they were not good for each other. That's the best way I can say it. They partied hard. They lived a hard life. They lived a full life.
What was your impression of Brian when he was drinking?
When Brian drank, Brian could be mean, hateful, say unpleasant things. That pretty much describes him. He also got physical. This is not the first time there's been where I thought I was lucky to have Lynette in the past. This time, it's just like it just progressively got worse, and so this is where we're at now.
Okay, so you hear it from the horse's mouth. It progressively got worse. It doesn't get better. It doesn't get better. Who talked to Lynette the day she went missing or the day before? Good question, Sergeant. It's a really good question.
That's why I'm on here. I kind of want to, I want to honor my daughter and tell her story, and also support my granddaughter, who's lived with Lynette and Brian. That was her mother and stepfather, and experienced a lot of things firsthand that I never did. I always got the phone calls when she was at her wit's end and couldn't take any more. So,
You mentioned to me before that Lynette left Brian multiple times.
oh yes. She left him. It seemed like it ran in about a year and a half, 2 years cycle. And she'd come home and she'd be like 3 weeks, and then she'd go back. And then this last time that she went, when he had choked her and when she has the bruises on her back and took the picture to remind herself, she was here at my house in Florida, and she was looking for a job. She was going to stay in this house while we were up in Michigan and start over. She didn't want to. She was 50 years old and she didn't want to start over. She was embarrassed because her marriage was failing, and she went back. There was violence in this relationship that I can go back, oh goodness, many, many years. 2015, there was the police report that people are talking about online, and that was domestic violence because of kids. And my daughter's daughter, Carly, and Brian's son were in a locked bedroom, and they wouldn't unlock the door. Don't know why. I still don't know why they...
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. What? I guess there's a police report online.
Many, many years. 2015, there was the police report that people are talking about online, and that was domestic violence because of kids. And my daughter's daughter, Carly, and Brian's son were in a locked bedroom, and they wouldn't unlock the door. Don't know why. I still don't know why they wouldn't unlock the door. But Brian and Lynette got in a fight in 2015, and he choked her and he hit her, and she had a black eye. It didn't show up that day, of course. I mean, boom, he hit her. And then they had the police come, and because Brian had blood on his nose and there was no evidence of any kind of struggle on Lynette's side, she went to jail.
Okay, so this is Michigan, and I can vouch. I know people that have been arrested for DV in Michigan because I lived there most of my life. And I don't know what the law is like now, but back in the day, if the cops were called for a DV incident, one of y'all was going to jail. And there was a period of time where the police didn't give a fuck which one it was. I mean, I'm just being honest. They really didn't. And those of you from Michigan may remember this. There was a time when if they called, one of y'all's going. So it was like you either didn't call, or if you did call, whoever they decided was going. And her mom just said it was because, hold on, let's go back.
Brian and Lynette got in a fight in 2015, and he choked her and he hit her, and she had a black eye. It didn't show up that day, of course. I mean, boom, he hit her. And then they had the police come, and because Brian had blood on his nose and there was no evidence of any kind of struggle on Lynette's side, she went to jail.
So she's saying that her injuries weren't showing up right away, but he had blood on his nose, so she was the one who went. So there you go.
The whole case, it was done, but the damage was there. That was one of the first times that I knew that he could be mean to her.
There was a choking incident as well. Brian was charged in a case where police said he choked his own, I think, 12-year-old daughter. Carly said she witnessed it. She had to go to court. And ultimately, the jury just acquitted him. But it just sounds like such a volatile relationship.
He did. He did do that. My daughter was the one that tried to pull them apart. And Carly did have to go to court. And so those are the kind of things that Carly saw. She saw him yelling at her. And
see, and poor Carly has been in the middle watching all this. She's the only one with the full truth. And then you got this asshole from the Bahamas. He gaslights her.
So much stuff that Carly saw in their relationship. So that's why I wanted to support Carly, to make sure that people didn't think that she was just a stepdaughter, that maybe she didn't like her stepdad, you know. And
good for you,
I wanted
Grandma.
to support her when she says it was a volatile relationship. It could be a volatile relationship. Now, when you look on the sailing hookers, you would think that they were living their best life. Yep,
and we're going to get to that. We're going to go to the sailing hookers. That's their YouTube and TikTok. They have Instagram as well. And we're going to watch some of their videos. But you'd think they were living their best freaking life. Just like Gabby and Brian. Just like Chris and Shanann. I'm sure there's many other examples we can pull. Those are on the top of my head with social media. Ruby Frankie. I mean, Jody and Ruby. Who else? Who else can you guys think of? Put it in the chat. Any other people that have been on social media and ended up doing horrific things? But everything looked perfect.
Her stepdad, and I wanted to
Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans chick.
support her when she says it was a volatile relationship. It could be a volatile relationship. Now, when you look on the Sailing Hookers, you would think that they were living their best life. Everybody smiles and everything is perfect. But the one thing that I made my daughter do is I said, I want you to document everywhere you go and everything you do so I know where you are, because I needed that. And she made sure that she did that when you go on the Sailing Hookers and you see Brian, they wanted to have a boat. She kind of wanted to have a boat in Michigan and a boat in Florida, or maybe some property in Michigan and one in Florida. But he wanted a boat in Florida and for the warm weather. But they ended up selling everything in 2020.
See that? And it was COVID 2020, right? Oh, Lacey and Scott. Hey, Ostrich. I hope you had a nice Sunday afternoon nap. I love those. Oh, man, Dr. Macy, thank you for sharing, and props to you. It takes a lot of strength. It takes a lot of strength, and it's hard. It's hard on everybody. It's hard on you. It's hard on your family. It's hard on children. I mean, it's just so messy, and it's just really hard to get people to leave.
House and the whole content.
You mentioned that she took photos. Lynette took photos of herself to remind herself. What was she trying to remind herself of?
Not to go back.
She wanted some evidence that she would look at and convince herself not to go back to Brian.
No.
And yet she went back.
And yet she went back. She was looking for a job. She had this house to live in, and she chose to go back. And I had to get help with that one because I just don't understand why you want to go back.
Right here. This is the part I was talking about. She's like, she had this house to come to, and she even texted her friends and said, I have the support of my family. And her mother was so distraught by this, not understanding this. Listen what she did. I love this lady. However, I do see a little bit of dominance with the dad, and you might see that dynamic here. I picked up on it. Let me know if you pick up on it.
Be mistreated when you know it's going to happen again. And it's just a cycle. When they were happy together and when they weren't drinking, it was a good, all marriages have good points and bad points. When there was no drinking, they were fine. But the drinking was their downfall. He would get mean. Yeah.
I think you mentioned to me that you consulted battered women's shelters for advice on how to handle Lynette. Tell me about that.
Well, that was because I just can't understand. I could not understand. It just makes no earthly sense. And they said, support your daughter no matter what. Don't criticize and condemn the situation too much, because if he is controlling, you won't see your daughter at all. Support your daughter, be there every time she needs you. And maybe one time she'll be strong enough where she won't go back. Crazy to me, but that's what I was told by several people.
And Darlene, I think you told me that Lynette bought a ticket home just recently.
A month ago, she called me and she was crying. And she said, Mom, I can't take any more. I just can't take any more. He's so abusive to me. He yells at me and tells me that I'm a terrible wife and no good for anybody. And that, and she says, I don't know what to do. And I said, did you ask him to stop drinking? I said, is he drinking again? And she said, oh, yes, he's drinking. And I said, will he stop? And she said, he told her he had no interest in quitting drinking at all. And I said, well, then you know what you've got to do. You get over to Marsh Harbor, you get on a plane, and I don't care what airport you're at, I'll pick you up. And she says, I want my stuff. I said, I don't care about your stuff, Lynette. Just get on a plane. I know my daughter was embarrassed. She didn't want to have a divorce. She tried everything she knew how to do to make the relationship work. So the next day, because they were always together in a small space in a boat, conversations sometimes had to be short. And so she told me they were working on things. And then I found out that she had bought a ticket to come home to Miami. in a one ticket to come home, but she didn't get on the plane. I don't know exactly why, but she didn't get on the plane.
Do you know the date that she was supposed to fly?
The 11th.
March 11th.
On the 11th of March, Lynette had a ticket to come back to Florida that she bought, and she did not get on it. Lynette went missing on the night of Saturday, April 4th. The incident occurred around 7:30 p.m. on Saturday, April 4th. And then they didn't find him till 4 in the morning. And they have not found her. And when people decide to leave, that is the most dangerous time for them. Especially if they've told him. And when people are drunk and angry, they tend to tell them everything that's on their mind.
And she had come home multiple times to you before. I think you mentioned to me when we spoke earlier that she'd come back to you beaten up.
Yes. Yeah. Her back was bruised. The time before that, her ribs and her side were bruised. She's always, he has a pattern of choking, like he choked his daughter, like he choked Lynette in 2015 and a couple other times after that. And
oh my God. Yo. He has a pattern of choking. I mean, I hate to bring this up, but it's been talked about so much. I can't help but think of Magnolia's story of how many times allegedly JLR put his hands around her neck. And here we have this woman saying, you know, he's done this to her a lot. And now she's missing. It was like one opportunity and it just went over that line. And it just shows how easy it can happen. How easily that line between being alive and dead is. You know, it's like I said the other day or yesterday, you know, or I don't know when it was, but if anybody puts their hands around your neck, I mean, there's no other reason to put your hands around someone's neck unless you want to get them to stop breathing. And not saying that any other injuries aren't bad. It's all bad. But that line is so thin. It's so scary. Sparky, thanks for your super chat. It means a lot that you're covering this. Women who have been abused by a partner are about 800% more likely to die at the hands of that partner. That is a huge wake-up call. Be safe, my friends. Wow. That's scary. If you're in a situation like that, chatting or just listening, I put a number, 1-800-799-SAFE. I hope that they can help you. I hope they can help you. So sad, man. It doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to end this way. Oh, the Tepe case. That is heartbreaking. That many years later, and she still falls victim. Horrible, man.
I only know, let's say, when it got to be the worst. I don't know if there was any more going on. I don't know. And I want people that are out there, like my daughter, to take the story and understand that maybe this person, though you love them, they may not be the best choice for you. Maybe it's just not meant to be. And it's take a good look at your relationship and get out of it while you can, if you can. So, go ahead.
When she,
you know, because a lot of people don't have resources like a mom like this, who says, "Hey, you're welcome to come here. No questions." You know, a lot of people don't have that. They have nowhere to go, and they have to go to fucking shelters and live amongst other people and hide and look over their shoulder and be scared. They're gonna find out where they are. It's fucking scary, man. Even living with your mom, it's scary. If that person wants to get at you, it's almost certain they'll find a way to try to get at you. And it's a horrible, horrible thing.
She would visit you when she would come back from Brian.
Yeah.
Did she intend to stay with you, and then ultimately she would say goodbye to you?
Yep.
What would that be like?
And she's like I said this last time, she was looking for a job. She said, I can't anymore. This was about 1.5 years, 2 years ago. And yeah, ultimately he wasn't drinking and things were, nice on the phone. So, well, I'll give him one more try. And I says, how many chances do you want to give him? Kill you.
What was going through your mind every time she got back on that plane to go back to the boat?
It could potentially be the last time I ever see my daughter alive.
Did you ever tell her that?
I don't think so. My husband said he told her. You have to walk such a tight line. You don't want to alienate him too much. You'll never see your daughter again. So it's just, I tried to support my husband or my daughter.
Wait, what did her husband say?
What was going through your mind every time she got back on that plane to go back to the boat?
It could potentially be the last time I ever see my daughter alive.
Did you ever tell her that?
I don't think so. My husband said he told her.
Okay. So I'm seeing some dynamics, and this is no shade. This is just some dynamics I'm picking up, is that mom was like, nope, we've got to just keep it open. We've got to keep it open. And dad was like, he'll fucking kill you. Dad was probably more wanting to be outspoken, hated this guy, and mom probably tried to keep him at bay to keep the peace. My mom was a peacekeeper. My mom didn't want any, if she didn't want any waves, So it's smart to recognize, I guess, how people react to things like this. And maybe as women, we can, as women, as mothers, we can maybe be a little more leaning into dad and his factual talk. You know what I mean? Find that happy medium. And maybe that's what they did. I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the answer is, but maybe sometimes they need to hear that. It's scary to say he will kill you. But her dad was nonsensical about it and was like, I'm not joking here. This is not something you only get so many chances with someone like this, You
have to walk such a tight line. You don't want to alienate him too much. You'll never see your daughter again. So it's just, I tried to support my husband or my daughter when she was with him.
See, and she said, I tried to support my husband. See, there's some dynamics here. Dad with the truth and mom not wanting to alienate her or make her feel like she can't come home. Mom desperately wanting to keep that door open and worried that dad's truths are going to shut that door. And I think that's an important dynamic to discuss. Well, dad pipes in again. Take a listen.
We laughed on occasion. We had good times. We played cards, but he has two sides to his personality, and he can be very pleasurable, pleasant, and he can be very vicious. So
I think you described for me something that Lynette told you.
She said vicious. She used the word vicious.
One of the times she came home when she said she'd been hurt, she said that her neck had cracked. Can you describe what it was she told you and what she said Brian had said to her in that incident?
Oh, dear.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Okay. Now I'm thinking he did something to her before discarding her. That's what I'm thinking. Holy shit. Her neck cracked? Holy shit, man.
She said that her neck had cracked. Can you describe what it was she told you and what she said Brian had said to her in that incident?
Oh, dear. They were on the boat and both drinking. I'm not saying it was a one-sided drinking. They were both drinking, and they got in a fight. And he threw her down on this bench, a wooden bench, kind of like in a camper. The boat has a little bench where you sit around the table.
Oh, my God.
In the gully. And she landed on that, and it was a wooden bench, and he was on top of her, and he was choking her, and she...
Holy shit. Trigger warning, y'all. Trigger warning. This is, oof. This is bad. And it's like I said, think of Chris Watts. And when Chris Watts gave his second confession and described how he strangled his wife, Shanann, he said there was just something that wouldn't allow him to let go. Did that happen to Brian? Is Brian another Watts? Did he strangle her? That's what his daughter said, or his stepdaughter. His stepdaughter said, I think she was unconscious when he threw her out of the boat. Thank you, Pines.
He felt something crack in her neck, and she was so stiff-necked for a long time. And I don't know how or why, but she stayed on that boat that night. And the next morning, they packed all of her stuff, both of them. He helped her carry all of her stuff to the dock, and she came home to me for a while.
And you know what that was probably all about? He couldn't talk his way out of that because he fucking cracked her neck. So he was like, you're right. This is another way he gaslit her by saying, you're right. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. I'll help you pack your stuff. I don't deserve you. I don't deserve you. And then she goes back to her mom's, and then he slowly creeps back in, and then she goes back. What a son of a bitch. To even gaslight her to the point where he's like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit. I'm a piece of shit. I'm gonna help you pack your stuff. I don't deserve you. Go to your mom's. I don't even deserve you. I can just hear it. I can hear it. God, that's disgusting. And that shows his level of manipulation. Listen to that part again.
They were on the boat and both drinking. I'm not saying it was a one-sided drinking. They were both drinking, and they got in a fight. And he threw her down on this bench, a wooden bench, kind of like in a camper. You know, the boat has a little bench where you sit around the table in the gully. And she landed on that, and it was a wooden bench. And he was on top of her, and he was choking her, and she felt something crack in her neck. And she was so stiff-necked for a long time. And I don't know how or why, but she stayed on that boat that night. And the next morning, they packed all of her stuff, both of them. He helped her carry all of her stuff to the dock, and she came home to me for a while. But one of the conversations that they had while they were on the boat the next morning is he told her that he wished he had finished the job and thrown her overboard.
Oh, my God. I don't like this man. I don't like this man at all.
Creep town, dude.
No, and if she heard her own neck crack, I gotta wonder, did she fall unconscious? I mean, you gotta squeeze someone's neck pretty hard to, like, crack it. That's insane. And then he said he wished he would have finished the job.
She came home to me for a while. But one of the conversations that they had while they were on the boat the next morning is he told her that he wished he had finished the job and thrown her overboard.
So he said that in the same breath while packing her bags and saying, go to your mom's, because I wish I would have finished the job. She should have stayed away, and he should have stayed away. Oh, my God. She said she had a stiff neck for quite a long time, Patrice. It sounds bad.
She came home to me for a while. But one of the conversations that they had while they were on the boat the next morning is he told her that he wished he had finished the job and thrown her overboard. So
Did she not take it seriously? Did she think it was just hyperbole? Like he was just all talk?
how could you think somebody was all talk when you're being choked?
Gosh, I mean, that's so true. However, you never think that someone's going to actually fucking kill you. You know, it's a very hard thing. Hey, Fafa, to swallow that this person that's supposed to love you could kill you, wants to kill you, but is holding back from killing you. I mean, what a fucked up way of thinking. You know what I mean? See you, sour girl. Take care of yourself. Yeah, it's ugh. But talking about and eyeing the manipulation is so freaking important, guys. It's hard, but it's important.
You know, I guess she just.
And her mom wanted this. This is why her mom interviewed with Ashley, because she wants to see, you know, someone saved from her daughter's story.
Kept hoping she didn't want to be in a divorce, and another divorce, because she was married a couple times before, and so was he. And so she just kept going back hoping. She loved him, but she didn't love that side of him. And it just was always there.
Darlene, what do you think happened that night, Saturday night, when she disappeared?
Brian called me. Called us to tell us that Lynette was missing 24 hours after she was missing. And I said, I need more details. And he said, we drank all day. And we were on land all day, and we had been drinking. And he said, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. I didn't have a radio. He said an oar broke. And he just kept going on and on. I didn't do this. I didn't do that. It's all my fault. And I said, but why not go after Lynette? Why go the opposite direction? He says, I didn't know where she went. But my thought was, she fell off of a dinghy that wasn't running, and she didn't swim back to the boat for some reason. It's an unsinkable dinghy. Why wouldn't she swim back? My daughter was an excellent athlete and swimmer. So it is, I mean, it makes no sense. But he said anything that went wrong could go wrong, and that he had to paddle for 8 hours to get across and get to where somebody could help.
I mean, not only is Lynette a good swimmer, he's a Marine.
Sure, well, he was an excellent swimmer, too. That's why we couldn't understand why he didn't jump in after her, or why not row toward the way he saw her go. So, yeah, I mean, he was a scuba diver, too. He'd go under and clean the bottom of the boat, and, you know, they snorkeled, and, you know, my daughter was raised on a lake and around boats and her whole life. So
I think you also mentioned to me she was extremely safe when she was boating. Used to wear a helmet on the keel boat in case the boom would come across. And I'm a sailor. I've never even been that safe.
Well, in particular, no, more that she did that when the winds were bad. She didn't have a house, so when the winds were bad and they were down below and they would get shuffled around, she'd have padding and the helmet on. And it was, you know, we always thought it was kind of funny when she did that. Yeah, and so I always told her, make sure you got your helmet on, you know, so that she could protect herself. So yeah, when she was going out working on the side of the boat, she had life jackets and she had belts around her and straps on the boat, and she was always very cautious. My daughter was very conscientious of the weather. I mean, Mr. Weatherman and all the weather stations. I mean, they were always on her phone. She was always watching the weather, and Brian too. I mean, if there was any hint of being bad weather, they were very careful about when they went out and what they did. So I've been told that this little cove area that they're in doesn't have a strong current. It's a protected area. So I've heard so many different things. It gets so confusing.
Well, I mean, the
People break their necks all the time without passing out. Well, I didn't know that, but I'm saying he had to have squeezed her pretty hard to crack her neck. Anyways, how did he break that oar? Yeah, good question.
The whole idea of safe harbor, where mooring balls are set for sailors to come and hook up to find safe harbor, is that typically there are no rip tides, there are no strong currents. So I'm just having a really tough time understanding how somebody leaves the bar or the restaurant to go out to the yacht, and in between, you know, A and B, there's this, you know, catastrophic weather that bounces her out of an 8-foot dinghy that can only go about 2 knots. I mean, it's not the kind of boat that's banging along waves. It barely can go more than a couple miles an hour.
I know.
So let's talk a little bit about this key, because this has been a big point of contention.
She knows she didn't fall out.
He says she went overboard with the key, rendering the engine useless. But, you know, for a lot of people who boat, these are outboards. They don't have keys. Maybe they have a kill switch. And then I think your granddaughter Carly said it was kind of like an electric key that had a cord on it, but not a cable that would attach to your wrist, meaning it's not a kill switch that if you went overboard, you take it with you.
I wonder how deep that cove is.
Correct?
I can't remember. I've been on the dinghy. I do know it was electric. But that was my thought. It was kind of like a jet ski. When you fall over, the jet ski stops. And I'm thinking that's what happened with the motor on the dinghy. She fell over. She had the key, and the boat stopped. But it's an unsinkable dinghy. Why didn't she swim back to it?
Also, why would she grab the little cord that hangs down from that electric key? Why would she grab that on her way out? And Carly mentioned she never drove. And she would have to be in the driver's position to be able to grab that cord and bounce out. Like, if you're bouncing out because of the waves, you're not grabbing at the key. There's someone in the boat that's going to have to come and rescue you.
I have no answer for you. That's why I wanted a full investigation. That's why the story just doesn't make sense. The weather report doesn't even reflect bad weather. I just don't understand.
What did the weather look like that particular night?
They were expecting some rain, but no gusting winds and waves. So I don't know.
Well, and again, I'm just going to say for anybody who's not a boater out there, I've been in lots of these little dinghies, and they are bouncy in waves, but you have to be going at a certain speed in order to hit a wave to bounce out. And that little dinghy, I've seen the engine, I've seen it driving, I've seen it on their Instagram. It can't go that fast in order to bounce you out of, some big wave. It just doesn't make any sense. And I'm just wondering if they're putting all of that together with the Royal Bahamian Police Force. Hopefully they've got enough mariners who will understand where his story does or doesn't add up.
They've been very good so far. They've been very
I'm sure the Coast Guard is putting together the pieces of this guy's puzzle, right?
good about talking with us. And I've talked to the police chief the day it happened. He was called on an email. He got in touch with me. And so, they're doing their job for sure. And working with the Coast Guard, there's been a thorough search. It's odd that they found her watch. They found,
where?
I don't know where.
They found her Apple Watch. So this was something that came out.
I do know that they found her watch. She wore iPhone watch, I watch.
An Apple Watch?
Apple Watch.
Was she wearing it the night she disappeared and they have found it?
Yeah.
And they didn't say if they found it inside the dinghy or on board Soulmate, or did they find it on?
My theory, he took it off her and threw it in the water as he was driving up the coast. This guy's a son of a bitch. Because I have an Apple Watch. They don't fall off. Yeah, sure, Nicole. I think he took it off her arm and threw it in the water.
On a dock, or did they didn't say?
It on the beach somewhere. But I can't swear to that. It wasn't in the dinghy that I heard of the first time. I would have known before that. They just found her watch. Yep.
Let me just go back a bit. Did you say they found her watch on the beach?
I am not sure where.
Ice Cream Man, how can I substantiate my theory? I don't have to substantiate my theory based on the information coming in. Who are you to come in here and question me? Who are you? Oreo cookies?
I said, okay. My thought was that's where it was. So.
Well, that would be very telling. That would be certainly a very big clue and a piece of evidence as well. And then they
got a plastic strap around them. The Apple Watches are pretty sturdy. I don't understand why. You gotcha, yeah.
Never comes off. I mean, somebody would have to really be wrenching on me to get that thing off. I've been wearing it for years. It's never come off.
Yep.
Yeah. The other thing I learned from Brian's attorney, who he's hired in the Bahamas, is that she says he was being taken by the police to Soulmate, to the 46-foot yacht. It's 46 feet, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. And on the way there, the weather was terrible, and he fell out of the police boat, and he was handcuffed, and they had to rescue him. Did you get all of that information? Did the police share that with you?
No, my story was a little bit different that I heard, but I read it online. So perhaps the person that, did the article did it wrong. I heard that he was on his boat. He was already on Soulmate, and that he had spare clothes that he was taking with him, and they handcuffed him. And that's when he fell in and he had to be rescued, and that he hurt his knee. So. Yes,
hurt his knee, had abrasions, and they were going to take him to the hospital. I'll be interested to find out the discrepancy, because I've heard it now both of these ways, that he was on a police boat and bad weather. He could not get he couldn't get a grip or hold his position in the moving boat because his.
Hey, Ice Cream Man. You're the fraud. Why don't you go find something else to do on a Sunday?
I hate you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you.
Weirdo.
Because of his handcuffs, and ended up going out, and the police rescued him. I did not hear that it was that he was on board Soulmate, but I did hear that's where they were headed. They wanted to go out to Soulmate to search with him. So do we know if that search even happened? Were they successful in?
Was this a big production where he got handcuffed? It's so easy to fall in.
Getting to Soulmate to search?
The Bahamian police?
Yeah, the police.
Yeah, they've searched the boat, yeah. So they had the dinghy for, I think, an additional day. So they looked at the dinghy. So yeah, they've been at the boat.
Go ahead.
No, that's it. Go ahead.
Do you know if they have seized the yacht, Soulmate, and put it into evidence at all, or is it still sitting there on the mooring ball?
They have not.
I do believe it's still on the mooring ball. Yep.
They haven't seized the yacht. They could have made it back to the yacht. Something happened on the yacht. He puts her in the dinghy. He takes off the watch. You love this speculation, motherfucker that can't text anymore? Anyway, because you were blocked for being rude. But listen, they could have been back on that yacht. And then something happened and he put her in the dinghy, got rid of the watch. So they, away from her body, like this is a locator. Kind of like Nancy Guthrie. Her Apple Watch is next to her bed because it's a locator. Yes, he was removed. And then probably just resubscribed with no name streets. because they're not predictable at all. Oh, here we go. Sorta target dog. Oh my God. Dude, what a weirdo. Why do you care how many live viewers I have? Get a life. Sorry, guys. He could have thrown her over the yacht, but it was docked, wasn't it? Like they would know if the yacht left. But he says the dinghy was not there. So he has an alibi. There we go. There's No Name Streets. Thanks for coming out of the bushes, asshole. What weirdos. Keep subscribing. Who knows, Marcy? It could be any asshole. There's a lot of idiots on these streets. Dock cameras. I think that's why he is using the dinghy. Anyways, let's keep going.
The other question I wanted to touch on with you is finances, because in so many of these cases, a lot of times, you have to follow the money. And you mentioned to me that the money was all with Lynette.
Yes, it was.
Talk to me about that.
When they first got together, Brian was married previously twice. So was my daughter. And he had 3 children, 2 with one lady and 1 with another. And he was paying very, very, very high child support. And so with the bills for the kids and the child support, Lynette kind of picked up all the odd and end expenses and the utilities and the house note and everything. And
there's that baggage that she was warned about. He comes with a lot of baggage. 3 kids and a substantial amount of child support, which Lynette helped pay. I bet her parents both cringed. That's a lot to take on. That is not fair.
very, very, very high child support. And so with the bills for the kids and the child support, Lynette kind of picked up all the odd and end expenses and the utilities and the house note and everything. And his pretty much went to his.
So all he had to do was pay his child support. She paid for everything else. Yep. River life. Nothing makes a man fall in love faster than needing a place to live. So he's like, sweet, she'll pay all the bills. We both work for AT&T. She'll pay all the bills. I'll be able to pay all my child support and still live a comfortable life. So it was a win-win for him, huh?
His child care for his children from the other marriages. And then after they got older and they both worked at AT&T, so we're not talking, they had a nice income. He got fired. He was fired a couple of times from AT&T.
I want to know what he was fired for. He was fired a couple of times. They must have been union or something. Because how do you get your job back? AT&T probably has union, huh? Oh, I bet his 2 ex-wives have some stories. I would love to talk to them. I would love to speak to them.
There were the lawyer fees. Not only, let's go back, there were even lawyer fees that Lynette had to pay for when he choked his daughter.
She paid his lawyer's fee when he was charged with choking his daughter. That's what I figured. AT&T was union. See, how do you get fired from a union? That's the question. It's extremely hard to get fired from a union. I know all about unions. I come from Michigan. My dad worked for the big 3. You gotta be a fucking slack ass motherfucker to get fired from a union. Not once, but several times. And then she paid for his attorney when he had to fight criminal charges. He really got, yeah, he did. He got her in quick and fast in that web. Stuck in that web.
He got fired. He was fired a couple of times from AT&T. There were the lawyer fees. Not only, let's go back, there were even lawyer fees that Lynette had to pay for when he choked his daughter. There were lawyer fees that she had to pay when he was trying to get his job back. That was all expensive. And
so let me stop there for a minute. Lynette paid his lawyer's fees when he fought the charges of choking his 12-year-old daughter and was acquitted by the jury. She paid for those lawyer fees?
She's a money winner. I mean, at that time, Jesse was 12 or 13 years old, and so he was paying child support on 3 kids, an astronomical amount of child support. So, yeah.
She paid his legal bills for that criminal trial.
Yes.
And what about their current situation?
Probably,
As I understand
Flo.
that they were retired and sort of living their dream and living on the boat and
That's a good point, Flo. Drinking at work, maybe. Because unions, they'll put you in rehab and shit. Your dad was an engineer at GM. My dad worked at Ford.
failing. Who was paying for all that?
A bad drug
It
test?
was, well, they did sell their house. They had a house in the Grand Rapids area, Kentwood, and it was a lovely home. And they sold that, and they took that money. And then I don't know exactly what my daughter got as a pension or retirement from AT&T, but when he got fired, he didn't get any of that at all. And neither one of them were old enough to get Social Security or anything, so they put all kinds of things on the boat, extra solar panels and the reverse osmosis water and everything that.
God, he had her invest fully in that fucking boat. I know, Pines. Ugh. So she wanted a home in Michigan. She wanted a home in Florida. You know, like typical snowbird retiree life. Like I always say, that's the best of both worlds. And then they end up selling everything. High headphones. And then he has her invest all the extras. Like the icing on the cake. Solar panels. Reverse osmosis water. All the things. Wow.
You could imagine, so that they could be, he wanted to be off the grid. He didn't want anybody to tell him what to do, and he didn't want anybody to really know where he was in particular. He didn't want to have that identity. And so it's a rough life to live that way, because you can't do a lot. You got to have an address. You got to have a residence, and they just didn't have it. They didn't have it. So they used my house as their residence for a lot of things.
What do you think Lynette was worth? I mean, how much is she worth at this point?
The last time she told me, it was a while back. It was about, I think, 600, but I might be kind of, I'm not sure. But that was, I mean, they could live on a boat comfortably for a while. And, you know, she didn't want to spend all of her money, because at one point they're going to be too old to have that lifestyle. And then they, you know, she wanted to buy a little piece of land, nothing special, and just, you know, go on enjoying life. But, yeah, that's not going to happen.
But several $100,000 were at stake at this point. If there's, if prosecutors are looking for motive or anything, she had a lot of money.
She had enough for them to live their lifestyle, for sure.
Did he have any?
Had a little, not much. We had a little.
And what about life insurance? Do you know if she had any
There you go. Follow the money.
life insurance?
I do not know that. I do not. I don't know. That I don't know.
I mean, her mom even just said, I don't, and that's not going to happen. Like, her mom does not think, there's no doubt in her mind that her daughter is no longer with us. Good for you, Sparky. You go, lady.
Talk to me a little bit about your feelings as the days go on. Do you think that Brian did something to Lynette on Saturday night?
She don't want to say it. She don't want to say it. And this, I think, is where the husband pipes in. Fuck, she don't want to say it.
Oh, I'm sorry. What'd you say? My husband. What'd you say, William?
Do you believe that Brian may have done something to Lynette on Saturday night?
Just a second. What did you say, William?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. We don't know.
Yeah. Okay. He said, just like he said to me, he said, I don't know. That's why I want this. I want everything to.
Okay, so he wanted her to say, we don't know. He heard her pause, and he says, we don't know. Oof.
To be reviewed. I want to get the facts. I really want to know. We don't know. The potential's there. let me say, the potential's there. It's been there. And what really makes it even worse is the fact that she had bought that airline ticket a month ago to come home. So, God, I don't want to think so. I want to think it's an accident, but my heart just tells me it might not be. And that's why I want people to know that there was another side of Brian than you're going to see on the sailing hookers. That my daughter did for me, so I'd know where she was. So I always wanted to know where my baby was.
She was the one who ran the Instagram accounts to make sure that you always knew what was going on?
Mm-hmm.
If you had an opportunity to talk to Brian right now, what would you want to tell him?
I really don't want to. I don't want to talk to him. I really don't want to. I can't imagine talking with him because it's been so painful for so long that I don't want to talk to him. The pain is still too new for all of this. So, no. What's the latest thing that the police and the investigators and the Coast Guard have told you about their findings? The watch. They seized a lot of the electronics and stuff that Brian had. I think they said they have her phone, but I'm not sure. I didn't even know about the watch. My girlfriend told me. She came over last night to see how I was, and she says...
Okay, so the watch thing didn't come from the news, I don't...
Well, they're going to monitor her heart rate on the watch to see if it coincides with the time she fell in the water and all these things. And I'm going, oh my God, I hadn't heard any of that. So the Coast Guard, he calls me about every night and tells me the newest things that have come up. And so it's a long waiting process. I just want to find out. I want them to find her. And it takes a lot of patience, which, I mean, you've got the patience of a saint. I commend you. Your friend told you about the watch, that they're monitoring and looking at the pattern of the watch. Where did she learn that? It was online. Online has been where I've gotten a lot of information, and that's where she read it. But not firsthand from the police. This didn't come firsthand from the police to her. I talked to the Coast Guard last night, the chief at the Coast Guard, and he told me, he said, yes, they did find her watch. Also, Darlene, as watches go, your granddaughter Carly told me that Brian had a special watch and that she could plot his course and that she actually saw the course that he took that night, and it corresponded with floating for all those hours and eventually beaching at Marsh Harbor. Okay. So it's news, hey? I mean, water, and float around too. Yeah. So, were you able to track Brian's movements based on his watch and the course that he used to track on his own movements? No, I don't have access to anything on his watch. That was a segment that he posted, showing where he was at. Brian was good. The watch was an Amafit watch, and he had a lot of gadgets added to it so that he could do those kind of things. But one of the things they did have was a wonderful app that I had loaded on my phone called No Foreign Land, and I could watch where they would go and where they would stop on their journey everywhere they went. So it was another thing that Lynette, she did for me, I'm sure, so that I would feel a little more comfortable about this unusual lifestyle. Well, hopefully the police are able to get that pattern and that tracking off of Brian's watch, but who knows if it'll be...
It sounds like they have a lot of, they have phones, they have watches, they have this tracking, several different kind of tracking things, at least two. But that's probably going to be a big piece of this. And thank you, Pines, for your super chat. Yes, there are many good men out there. That is why it is important to call out the bad ones, even if they call us man haters. Thank you for your super chat. Thank you for your support. Did someone come in calling us haters? I just saw someone come in saying, you're a fraud. You have 300 people watching you. You're a fraud. If only I thought like them, huh? If only I was here, because if I don't get 1,000 people in here, then it's not worth it. No, y'all are worth it. Every last one of y'all are worth it for having a civil adult conversation. Oh, here comes Google Voice, mods. Here we go. Hello, Miss Nash Native. Good to see you.
Roberta.
Google Voice. I can't spell Google, and I can't spell voice. I think I'm cool. Nash, I love you, girl.
It'll have evidentiary value. Right. I asked you if you had anything to say, Brian. Is there anything that you'd want to say to Lynette?
Finger on the trigger.
Just nothing more than I love you and I wish you would have come home. Well, we are praying for you and for your family.
Hi, Tim.
And we're certainly praying for a very thorough investigation of whatever happened out there in the Abaco Islands. Darlene, thank you so much for sharing all of this with me. And if there's anything we can do, please let us know. You bet. My great thanks to...
Okay, so that is the end of that one. Now we're going to talk to his mom, his stepmom, Brian's stepmother. Google Voice, what you got to say? Let's take a little breather for a second. We've been live 2 hours. Let's see what Google Voice has to say. I'm glad you're here, Ostrich. Hey, Hexy. Welcome in, Kelly Kell. Welcome in, guys. Please hit the thumbs up. Hello, Animal Mother. Good to see you today. Thank you again, OVG, for your super chat. I don't have to pee, but if you guys need to pee, go right ahead. Right, come on in, Google Voice. We're waiting for that minute to be up before you can type, "You're a fraud. You have 300 people watching." And then you got to make a new account like an idiot. But I'm here for it. It's Sunday. I got nothing else going on. So anyway, yeah, we've got, these are the videos that I have for you guys. I have his stepmother that says she can't comprehend the shit. Then we've got Facebook messages and other messages that he sent friends. Then we've got Brian's attorney. And then we're going to go over here, and this is where he ended up. Look at this. Do we know the last time she was seen alive? I'm assuming sidewalk survival. Is that who's coming in here? But anyways, this is where he ended up. I don't know if this is where her watch was found because her mom didn't seem to know. But this is from Fox News. Hey, Cindy Bobbitt. Yeah, I'll show you a map in a second. I got a soundbite for Cindy.
It's John Wayne Bobbitt's penis.
So it says Fox Digital shows the Bahamas beach and marina where locals say American man Brian Hooker washed ashore. He was met by an overnight security guard about 8 hours after Lynette disappeared into a dark and stormy sea. An employee at the boatyard who met Hooker exclusively told Fox News Digital that he did not appear suspicious and that Hooker, quote, was more exhausted than anything else and, quote, asking for water. Brian Hooker was arrested for questioning while police investigate Lynette's disappearance. Police have not charged Hooker with a crime, and he maintains that Lynette fell overboard by accident. Then we have, well, let's take a listen to this. This is Brian. This is a voicemail, or no, I'm sorry, the friend recorded him. He was recorded speaking to a friend on April the 7th.
Everybody's up, really. I mean, she was the best part of this relationship, frankly. You know, it's incredible. I mean, like in the literal sense. She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up, and single thing failed. Every single thing. We weren't wearing life jackets. It was sundown, and the sun set, like, basically 10 minutes after she fell over. Dinghy key over with her because it wasn't clipped to anything or anybody. And she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her. The wind blew us apart so fast.
She had the spare dinghy key. You hear that? She had the spare dinghy key in her backpack. So she had a backpack missing too?
Dinghy key over with her because it wasn't clipped to anything or anybody. And she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag, which was with her.
Oh,
the
dry
wind
bag.
blew us apart. So
she had the spare dinghy key in her dry bag.
fast that I think I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat.
He thinks she tried to swim back to the boat. So they must have been close to the boat, the big boat.
Back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. I yelled to her that I lost an oar, and I threw the anchor out and anchored the dinghy, and I yelled. I couldn't see her.
He says he anchored the dinghy.
Anymore. It was the moon had not risen yet, and the waves were doing their thing. And I saw her, I think, twice.
Dude, this is so matter of fact.
I threw her a flotation cushion that we used to sit on the dinghy, right after she went in. But I couldn't tell if she got it or not. We've been looking for the cushion too. But it's amazing how small a person is in 2 and 3 floaters and 25 knot winds. So after an hour of calling her, I could have never heard her voice. By the time I got the anchor set, I was probably a quarter to a half a mile away from her, and I decided I had to go get help. But I could not get to the island with one paddle. It was many hours until I landed on Marsh Island about 4 miles away. The cops got there like 4 in the morning, but they didn't get searched at 4:30. We didn't get rolled out until 5. And by then, she had been in the water for 8 hours. And by midnight, I was already freaking out. So the dinghy, I landed in some crazy spot like a movie. It was a little tiny 50-yard wide lagoon full of rocks. And I beached it. And the cops, of course, are there thoroughly investigating me right now. So they came and tied the dinghy up. I just got the dinghy back today, and got the boat back to the harbor from where the anchorage was. So I have to rig some switches so I can single-hand it back there and conduct my own searches. It's a story. They asked me today, the cops called me up and asked me how long I would be in the Bahamas till I get my wife back. And so that's my goal. I canceled everything we were going back home for, and I'm going to renew my visa and stay here. By day, I was keeping a very stiff upper lip because she is strong. She's a regular swimmer, not like a athlete or anything, but she's determined. And it was a cascade of failures, and there's something I'm never going to forgive myself. We stayed too long. We left too dark. All kinds of no life jackets. I threw the dinghy out last, or the anchor out last instead of first. Can't really explain it. I just know that I hate this boat, and if she doesn't come back, I'm never getting on. I'm going to sell this and never go here. Every single thing that's good on it came from her. Every cute idea and awesome idea, I just fit. But she really created. And so wear your fucking life jackets, and we just kind of take all these little things for granted because almost all the time it works. And it did not. There's a lot that didn't work.
Wow. Okay, that's a lot. What do you guys think? His friend recorded it, yeah. Sure did.
Everybody's up, really.
And this is the area where he said he ended up that was like a movie. Like he's Tom fucking Hanks in that movie. What's that movie called where he washes ashore? Stowaway or some shit? I think he's totally going to get caught, right? Even his friend didn't believe him. His friend was recording him. But this is the area where he was found by a 24-hour security guard. Was he passed out? Castaway. What did I say it was? He doesn't seem distraught. No, he doesn't. But was he like passed out here and like a 24-hour security guard from a resort was like, hey, buddy? Or from the marina? Is this where his boat is? At this marina? Like, oh, stowaway. Castaway. There you go. I mean, his voice, he didn't even get emotional at all when in that voicemail. Okay, so let's go over here. Here, let me pause that. Let's go over here and let's listen to the stepmom. I'm still waiting for you, Google Voice. I don't forget. I got 3 screens, motherfucker. I got you over here, and over here. So I'm going to get you one way or another. Oh, let me show you the map right quick before we do that. Ashley showed it.
Were there any
here
other texts
in the beginning? I thought it was in the beginning of this one. Yeah, right here. Okay, so this is all the Bahamas. They were on Elbow K and this whole little strip right here. But I don't know what, like, I don't know where their boat was docked. Maybe in that same, maybe they weren't that far from it. He said she was, 1,000 yards? Thank you for subscribing, Sandra R. He sounded so cold-blooded. Hi, Sophia Petrillo. He sounded so cold-blooded on that call, like it was an inconvenience for him. Liar detective. The boat was docked in Hopetown. Okay. It says Hopetown up here, too, though. It says Hopetown here. Is the whole thing called Hopetown? Because it says Hopetown right there. All right, let's move on to his mom. Oh my gosh.
And the arrest of her husband, Brian Hooker. His attorney says he's still in custody as police are deciding whether or not to charge him. And we're learning more about Brian and Lynette Hooker's history from family members. 13 on your sides, Nick Nelson spoke with Brian Hooker's stepmother this evening. Nick, what did she tell you?
Donna Hooker says her stepson Brian was a quiet person, but she never had any indication that he was ever violent.
I can't comprehend it because of knowing him like I do, you know. I don't understand.
Donna Hooker says she's heartbroken about the news she's been hearing about her stepson, Brian Hooker. He's being held in the Bahamas in connection to the disappearance of his wife, Lynette Hooker, after falling.
Isn't that crazy? Hearing Lynette's mom and then hearing his stepmom. It's like night and day. Right? So who really is the aggressor? If she was the aggressor, don't you think his stepmom would be like, oh my God, like, she's like, what? I can't even comprehend this. Like, what? Him be violent, huh? Like he didn't go to court for choking his daughter? I mean,
I can't comprehend it because of knowing him like I do, you know. I don't understand.
Donna Hooker says she's heartbroken about the news she's been hearing about her stepson, Brian Hooker. He's being held in the Bahamas in connection to the disappearance of his wife, Lynette Hooker, after falling out of a dinghy last weekend. She says the last time she saw her stepson, who was a teenager when she and his father, George, were married, was after George had a stroke in 2021.
Everything seemed to be really good. I mean, with Brian and George, and I asked Brian, where's Lynette? And he said, well, we're not getting along. We're separated. And I don't know when we're going to get back together, if we get back together.
Donna says Brian and George became estranged in recent years before George passed away in October.
Look at Brian. Look at Slick. Bless his dad's heart. But look at Slick. Right. I mean, everything was great. Right. She doesn't know shit. He didn't tell her nothing. Oh, we're just not getting along. Like a typical separation and divorce.
He was here. It was so nice. George was just elated that Brian was here. It was upsetting for me because then I had to see George with this stroke, and he's had 2 others since then. And I've had no communication.
She says despite legal issues involving both Brian and Lynette, she never saw a violent side.
With this stroke.
First of all, the news needs to learn how to spell. Pet peeve number 1. Disappearance. They hacked it. Anyways, this guy, his dad was having multiple strokes and she couldn't get in touch with him. He wouldn't call her back. 2 more strokes and he doesn't even show up. That says a lot about the character too. Good afternoon, Miss TM.
And he's had 2 others since then. And I've had no communication.
She says despite legal issues involving both Brian and Lynette, she never saw a violent side of her stepson.
Basically, I don't think Lynette and Brian should have been together. It just seemed like it got bad.
Ultimately, Donna still has more questions than answers about what happened on that boat and hopes the truth comes out.
Lynette should never be in that water, and I feel for her daughter, and I can't even imagine it. I can't even imagine it. If he did what they think he did by pushing her out of the boat, he needs to tell the truth.
Hooker remains in custody in the Bahamas, and police have until 7:20 Monday night to make any charging decision.
Okay, so that is the deadline. This was a great piece. I don't think it's her fault. No. She wasn't told anything. Like, he kept all that from her. And then it seems like when shit started getting real, like with Lynette leaving and stuff, what'd she say after 2021? He didn't come around. He avoided his family. And her mom said he wants to live off the grid. He didn't want anybody to know where he was. She deep down knows. I think so too. This is bad. This is really bad. Okay, the next one I have for you guys is some Facebook messages sent after Lynette went missing. This is from ABC 7.
This morning, the American man arrested for his wife's disappearance in the Bahamas, maintaining his innocence. His attorney saying he's devastated.
He's heartbroken. And then to be arrested while assisting police with their investigation, it is very traumatic for him.
To be arrested while he's assisting police in their investigation has been traumatic for him. This is his lawyer. We're getting the first look at the lawyer.
59-year-old Brian Hooker, now in custody in Freeport, held after his wife Lynette reportedly vanished at sea Saturday night. Brian telling police their 8.5-foot dinghy encountered poor weather on their way to their sailboat, and Lynette fell overboard along with the boat's key, swept away by the current.
He is not saying he had any intention to harm her or kill her. He's not saying that he did any action that caused her death.
Of course he's not.
Brian arrested Wednesday, but he has not been charged. His attorney saying he also fell overboard while handcuffed in police custody and sustained an injury.
He fell off the boat because the weather was so bad, and they had to rescue him. He has a laceration, an injury.
He has a laceration from falling when he was in custody. How convenient. This guy sounds like a master manipulator.
Bruising on his knee.
Overnight, Brian's friend Daniel Danforth sharing these Facebook messages he says he exchanged with Brian about Lynette's disappearance. Brian writing, "The wind blew me away from her and she swam towards the sailboat and we lost sight of each other pretty quickly."
I know that they were very experienced in what they did. They had a lot of experience sailing. Some of the things just don't add up. Dinghies don't go very fast. That's not something you really take out in rough seas.
Lynette's daughter Carly previously telling ABC News she had doubts about Brian's account and saying there was turmoil in Brian and Lynette's more than 20-year relationship.
They were in like the healthiest relationship at the end.
ABC News obtaining a 2015 police report detailing an alleged domestic incident between the two, both accusing each other of assault. Police noting that Brian had a bloody nose, taking Lynette into custody, but ultimately neither facing charges. In recent years, the couple spending time at sea, documenting their sailing adventures on social media.
Is there anything that you would like the public to know about your client, Brian Hooker?
I would ask persons to allow the police to do their investigations.
Brian's attorney also tells us that he needs medical attention for the injuries sustained to his knee while in custody. He has not been charged. Police can hold him for 48 hours before requesting an extension. Victor Oquendo, ABC News, Freeport, the Bahamas.
So we know that Monday, I don't know why it's 7:20, but Monday at 7:20, they have until then to press charges against him or let him go. So, yikes. Okay, and now this is NBC News, and they are reporting on the police interviewing Brian. Let's see what this is about.
Tonight, Brian Hooker is still behind bars and may be charged with murdering his wife, according to his lawyer.
You think they are looking at him for possibly being charged with murder?
Right, based on the fact that they're saying that they believe he caused her harm that resulted in her death. That suggests murder to me.
Attorney Terrell Butler.
Ooh, so they're already talking murder in his lawyer's eyes, but they haven't found Lynette yet.
Says police questioned her client for more than 3 hours today. Hooker says his wife Lynette fell from the couple's small dinghy in rough weather.
They questioned him for 3 hours. That's really not that long. That's really not that long. But he has a lawyer. So I guess that is pretty remarkable based on the fact that he has a lawyer, right? 3 hours.
No evidence that, or at least we've not been informed of any evidence that any body has been recovered or any information in relation to her death.
The Royal Bahamas Police Force has not commented on these claims.
That was the craziest night drifting out in the Abaco Sea.
Also new tonight, this apparent recording of Brian Hooker.
Night drifting
has not commented on
this is what Brian Hooker had to say about that night. Listen.
These claims.
That was the craziest night drifting out in the Abaco Sea.
That was the craziest fucking night drifted out in the Abaco Sea. Dude, your wife went missing. What are you talking about? You're welcome, Michelle.
Also new tonight, this apparent recording of Brian Hooker describing what happened as his wife went overboard.
She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up.
Popped up? Winds just popped up. Basically, so here he is. She basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up. Do you believe him?
Okay! Basically just bounced off the dinghy in the middle of a little blow, like 20-some knot winds that popped up. I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. Just, yeah.
What do you mean you think she tried to swim? You just yelled? What the fuck? What's going on here? Listen to that.
Oh, like 20-some knot winds that popped up. I think she tried to swim back to the sailboat, back to our sailboat, which was probably, I don't know, 1,000 yards or something. Just, yeah, I yelled. I couldn't see her anymore.
NBC News cannot verify the audio's authenticity. Brian Hooker's attorney says she cannot either. Marnie and Blaine Stevenson say they've known the Hookers for more than 2 years and recorded this call with Brian Monday night.
What would you want?
Oh, wow. These people came out, like on camera. They've known him for 2 years, probably in the boating life. And now they're sharing the audio. Good for them. They don't trust him either, it sounds like.
People to hear most from that call.
The flares. Who saw a flare? Somebody had to see that.
I grabbed the flares by then. I had 2 flares.
Oh. This might be the nail in the coffin for this dude. I grabbed the flares. By then, I had 2 flares. And they didn't see the flares, I guess.
And they didn't see the flares, I guess.
Nearly a week after investigators believe Lynette...
Whoa! Even his friend is like, not buying it.
Who saw a flare? Somebody had to see that.
I grabbed the flares by then. I had 2 flares, and they didn't see the flares, I guess.
Nearly a week after investigators believe Lynette Hooker disappeared, the Bahamian military says the search continues by land, air, and sea.
Jesse's joining us now from the Bahamas. And Jesse, you're in front of the building where police have been questioning Brian Hooker. It sounds like it may have gotten emotional.
Oh.
Yeah, Brian Hooker's lawyer says he even broke down in tears when he was...
Oh, my God. Do you know that there's been several stories about him from the stepdaughter that he would cry? His lawyer is saying he's crying. For justice, we haven't seen any photos of the injury.
Was being interviewed here earlier today. That lawyer also says that Brian Hooker denies any wrongdoing as the search for Lynette Hooker continues. Hallie.
We thank you for watching.
But you don't have to spam the chat or threaten to spam the chat. I mean, we'll answer you when we know the answer. We don't know. Nobody knows. Okay, so that's that. That's a huge one. That was put out yesterday. So now we're going to listen to an extended interview with his lawyer. Let's take a listen.
And I represent Mr. Brian Hooker.
No, we have no proof. So I don't even know that he has an injury. He's claiming he has an injury, for sure.
What just occurred inside this police station?
Well, we did a police...
Hold on, this is really low. Let me give it some audio boost here.
Interview in which he was questioned about the disappearance of his wife.
Has he been charged with anything?
No, he has not been charged. We completed the interview, and the officers will review the entire file and then make a decision.
When can we expect to know what their decision is on if they're going to hold him over the weekend?
We should know by 7 p.m. today. His 24 hours will be up around that time. Sorry, his 48 hours will be up by that time.
And at that point, they could file an extension, right? So he could potentially be held here until Sunday.
That is correct, yes.
What would they need to do, whether...
Oh, they said Monday, but she's saying Sunday. Hey, Spicy.
In a courtroom, in a filing to justify that extension, would there be paperwork where they would have to establish their reasoning for that?
Yes, they would request an extension, and basically all they would need to say is they need time to do further investigations, and once the document is signed, it goes into effect.
I think the implication out there is people would possibly think he's in custody because police think he killed his wife. Have police suggested in any way, shape, or form in these interviews that they think he killed his wife?
He was questioned in relation to causing harm, which resulted in her death, but we have no evidence that, or at least we have not been informed of any evidence that any body has been recovered or any information in relation to her death.
And he still denies causing her death?
He definitely denies causing her death, and he's still asking about her and is hopeful that she will be recovered.
Can you get into what investigators were saying? I mean, you guys were in there for about 4 hours. I mean, can you just get into what were they asking about?
They went into intensive questioning, talking about their personal life before, what people said, just general information about their relationship when they came here, just general information. It wasn't until really near to the end that they got into the specifics. And of course, he was confronted with the allegations from his stepdaughter, and he indicated, as I'd mentioned previously, that he alleges that she has a history, a mental history, and that she has been institutionalized on several occasions.
Stepdaughter.
That is correct. That's Kylie, the one who has been speaking out vocally against him.
I think could you tilt your body? No, more this way. Just
okay,
I think
I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
Problem. Can you get into a little bit more detail? Have police explained why they brought Brian Hooker back to his sail vessel in handcuffs? Why was Brian Hooker brought to that boat in handcuffs by police?
I know I was told that they took him there so that he could have a change of clothes and get a blanket, because they were about to take him to the police station. But they used that opportunity also to search his vessel, the Soulmate.
And what's the extent of his injury?
He had an abrasion and scratches on his knee, and medication was prescribed for that, pain medication and antibiotics.
Did police say whether they found any evidence on his boat or had any reason to ask more questions because of what they saw on the boat?
No, there were no questions asked in relation to what was on his boat or any devices that he possessed. No.
Is there any indication that there's any physical evidence at all?
None. None whatsoever.
Beyond what you say the police asked about his stepdaughter's allegations, what else did police ask pointedly that leads you to think about what their line of investigation is?
Because they specifically asked him, they told him the investigation was in relation to causing harm, which led to the death of his wife.
But did they give you any hints? Did the questions tip their hand at all?
It didn't really, because we are uncertain at this point if anybody was recovered. They have not said anybody was recovered. So I'm not sure or we even got to the point of being questioned in relation to murder or even causing harm, because if you have not located the person, how can you say that harm was caused to the person? And if you have not discovered a body, how can you say whether or not foul play was involved, which led to death?
Is there a chance that he'll be in court today?
It's highly unlikely, because we just did a lengthy interview, and the officers who sat in on the interview would not be the ones who make that decision. It's usually a decision for superior officers.
So we should expect them to be held through the weekend, for them to make that extension tonight and be held through the weekend.
It is possible, if they don't release him, that he may be here for the weekend, and if he is charged, it's possible he may attend court on Monday. That's the earliest opportunity.
Are you considering trying to file a habeas corpus petition or any other form of pushing the legal system to have him set free?
No, that is not the normal process here in our jurisdiction, because they usually act speedily and bring him before the court at the earliest opportunity. This is Friday afternoon, and so the earliest opportunity would be Monday if charged.
I mean, without him being charged. I'm saying as it stands. I mean, could you go to a judge right now and demand he be set free because they haven't charged him?
Well, it is a bit more technical than that, required filing, but we would even get anything done before Monday.
Was there anything about the line of questioning that surprised you, or anything that is new from what they may have asked you about that you could share with us?
There was nothing new, no additional evidence. It's just the general information.
Tell us how was he feeling? What was his emotions in that meeting today?
He was overwhelmed, he was upset, and he kept reiterating that I need to know what's happening with the search for my wife, that he wants to know what is happening with his wife. And of course, he was a bit puzzled because he was being questioned about causing harm to her or possible murder, and yet he didn't know where she was or what had happened to her.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that. Could you repeat what you just said?
Yes, he was a bit puzzled because he was uncertain as to why they were questioning him about causing harm or possible murder when they had not given him any information in terms of where she is, if they had recovered her.
They didn't ask about anything that had to do with physical evidence or forensic evidence from devices?
Nothing
This is all based on what his stepdaughter said?
I don't know if it's entirely based on that, but there was no evidence.
So we know that police recovered surveillance footage from the bar
Right.
they were at in Alco before they went on or towards the boat.
Okay.
Did they mention anything about that in the interview?
No, nothing was said about the surveillance footage at a bar, no.
How is his knee doing?
Well, he had some discomfort, and then, we had a lengthy interview, so he had to take a break to stretch a bit. But apart from that, he's okay.
Did he get medical treatment?
Well, he got medical treatment last night, and he's waiting on medication for his injuries.
Does any of his family here?
Not in Abaco, but yes, in the Bahamas. I know there's a rumor going around that shortly after this incident, he was spotted with a woman, and people are assuming that's his sweetheart. It's actually his sister, so just wanted to clarify that. His sister is here to support him.
She in Freeport?
In Abaco, yes.
I want to get a little more into the timeline of events on Saturday night into Sunday.
Thank you. Turning to breaking developments, new documents obtained by 13 under.
I am so sorry. That is their fault. Because that shit was so freaking quiet. Let me turn that gain down. Jeez. Okay, so she's going on and on about his damn... Sorry about that. God, it was so low I had to turn my gain all the way up, you guys. I'm so sorry. I really, really apologize. But at least you're all awake now, right?
Wake up.
He has a scraped knee. He's waiting for Neosporin and a Band-Aid. For God's sakes. Sorry about that. Sorry, Luminous. Patrice. It's never a dull moment.
I didn't come to fucking dance, okay? I came to party.
I'm so sorry. I'll give you guys a second to recover. I know as I laugh my ass out. I'm sorry. I know. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing with you. Sorry, TS. Mr. David says, sounds like what he would want. No body, no evidence. Right. And don't mistake him being concerned like, oh, how's the search going for my wife? How's the search going for my wife? He wants to know if they found her because that's going to be evidence. That is going to be evidence. Okay, now we're going to listen to Tanner. He's going to give us an update. This is 2 days ago, but they're going to show pictures, I think.
Side, shining a light on previous charges involving Brian Hooker. Remember, he's the man in custody in the disappearance of his wife, Lynette, in the Bahamas. 13 on your side's Peter Elliott joining us live from the newsroom with the disturbing details.
Hi,
we're learning.
Lori.
Peter, good afternoon once again.
Tanner, good afternoon. We have obtained these files in just the last hour, almost 40 pages from the Kentwood Police Department. They date back to 2005, including allegations of child abuse, that Brian Hooker placed both hands around the neck of his daughter and choked her. One of the other children who witnessed it telling police that Brian had his daughter up against a wall with her feet off the ground while choking her, demanding she say, quote, yes, sir. That child.
Hold up. This is about the choking incident. This was in 2005. Child abuse. Wow.
With her feet off the ground while.
Her feet off the ground.
Choking her, demanding she say, quote, yes, sir.
A 12-year-old. She was 12. His daughter was 12. Wow. Kent County, Kentwood, Michigan, near Grand Rapids.
That child said that once she said, yes, sir, he dropped her. Interviews conducted afterwards say the incident stemmed from an argument over homework, a physician later concluding the daughter suffered a neck strain. The file.
Oh, my God. And then we have him choking Lynette. Unbelievable. He held her off the ground until she said, yes, sir.
Argument over homework, a physician later concluding the daughter suffered a neck strain. The files we're reviewing include photographs of his daughter's neck. You can see them on your screen right there. These were taken after the incident. Hooker was arrested on a charge of fourth-degree child abuse. He was also given a no-contact order for his children.
Oh, my God.
He was later acquitted of this charge by a jury.
So he was acquitted. You know, you got to give him that. However, the incident obviously happened. I wouldn't know. She has not spoken to him per his stepdaughter. Since that incident, his daughter has had nothing to do with him, and she's in her 30s now. Ooh, big temper, and that was in 2005. Lynette's daughter was in 3rd grade and witnessed it. Right, Leo. How does a jury acquit that shit? Keep Grinding says, for every one incident that is reported, there are at least 3 or 4 that go on unnoticed or unreported. I don't know about the mom. I don't know about his ex-wife. I haven't heard anything about the ex-wife yet.
He was also given a no-contact order for his children. He was later acquitted of this charge by a jury. Yesterday, we reported that Lynette Hooker, the missing woman in the Bahamas, claimed that Brian had choked her back in 2015. That is according to another report from the Kentwood Police Department. He was never charged in that incident. We will have the latest.
Oh, my God.
Information on this story, both on air and online. For now, in the newsroom, I'm Peter Elliott, 13 on your side.
All right, Peter, thank you. Right now, the clock is ticking for authorities in the Bahamas. They have until later today to hold Brian Hooker for questioning. According to Bahamian law, authorities can only hold him for 48 hours. They will likely have to seek an extension today, release him from custody.
Which we know they did. They got an extension till tomorrow, and I believe it's 7:00 p.m.
Or file charges. New today, we're hearing from his attorney. The attorney says Brian is calling this entire thing tragic and that he's heartbroken at the disappearance of his wife.
He is not saying he had any intention to harm her or kill her. He's not saying that he did any action that caused her death.
I want to know if there was an altercation at the restaurant. I want to know what their behavior was at the restaurant. Yeah, there's definitely a reason his daughter doesn't want to talk to him. And you can't discount Lynette, or not Lynette, but Carly. You can't discount her because she witnessed it in 3rd grade. I mean, and she had to testify as a witness.
He's saying she fell.
And new in the last several hours, the attorney also says Hooker fell overboard from his boat while in handcuffs. The attorney saying that was during a police search on the night of his arrest.
I wonder if there was body cam to him falling off that boat. I don't know if the Royal Bahaman police have body cameras. Many yachts have video surveillance. I'm sure there was cameras on the yacht. Yeah, for sure. It's true. Camera footage from the restaurant.
The attorney says officers had to pull him from the water and he had a knee injury and a scrape. His attorney has requested medical attention on his behalf, and police say he'll be taken to the local hospital for evaluation. Again, Hooker has not been charged with the crime since his arrest Wednesday. We're also hearing from a friend of Brian and Lynette Hooker. Again, Hooker reported bad weather caused her to fall overboard, but the couple's friend still has questions.
I know that they were very experienced in what they did. They had a lot of experience sailing. Some of the things just don't.
Oh, a family friend now. We had 2 others, 2 different people. People are coming out of the woodwork. I'd love to speak to anybody that would like to tell their story about their experience with Brian and Lynette. And
add up. Dinghies don't go very fast. That's not something you really take out in rough seas.
We do have a team of reporters going through the documents right now. We'll have.
So the friend even says, nope, it doesn't make sense. And this is a local Station 13 on your side. They'll probably have updates because they're getting all of the documents and stuff. I'm going to see if there's anything new. Probably not until tomorrow. No, the latest thing was yesterday with the stepmother. Let me see. I haven't heard much about the searches. They don't really have anything extensive here. I wonder if he talked to the news. Hold on.
My heart's broken for my daughter. I mean, she has no closure. She has no idea.
This is him again. All right, let me put it on regular speed. So he talked to his local news. Okay.
It's all speculation and all these clickbait stuff and everything she's hearing.
Wait, who's this? Oh, this is, hold on. Ex-husband. This is Lynette's ex-husband, Rick Aylesworth. Lynette Hooker's ex, hoping for the best.
I mean, she has no closure. She has no idea. It's all speculation and all these clickbait stuff and everything she's hearing, and she has no idea. She just wants some closure.
We begin tonight with the ex-husband of Lynette Hooker, the Michigan woman missing in the Bahamas. He is sharing his thoughts on her disappearance and the impact it's having on the daughter they share. Good evening, everyone. I'm Juliette Dragus. Lynette Hooker was last seen on Saturday. Her current husband, Brian Hooker, says she fell into the ocean and drifted away. He is now in police custody as Lynette's family in Michigan waits and watches for what's next. We have team coverage tonight, beginning with 13 on your side's Michael Martin.
I'm going to hold my comments until more information comes out.
Rick Aylesworth is not going to speculate about what happened to his ex-wife, Lynette Hooker.
I feel like it'd be reckless for me just to jump on the bandwagon and say everything that I think.
It's been over 20 years since they've been married.
I was married to her for 5 years and dated her for 7 and have a daughter, Carly.
But as the mother of his 28-year-old daughter, Carly, she still holds a place in his heart.
We had our differences, but it was still my ex-wife, I mean, it's still my daughter's mom. And I'm not gonna say anything derogatory or anything. I don't know.
He is hopeful that Lynette will be found safe.
I don't want to incriminate anything or anybody, or, like I said, speculate or jump to conclusions and then have it all come back that she's hiding in somebody's boat somewhere out there in the harbor.
Still eager for each new piece of info to trickle out of the Bahamas.
Are you forcing yourself not to read the articles out there?
No, I'm reading every one.
Really?
I've been very diligent on reading everything that comes out.
Michael joins us now in studio. Michael, we're hearing a lot from family and friends of Lynette, hopeful for answers. Are you hearing from anyone who's standing up for Brian Hooker now that he's being questioned by police?
Not a lot of outright support, Juliet. Rick didn't want to say anything about Brian, said he was speaking out for his daughter's sake.
Wow. So even his friend is like, I'm going to wait. But no one is saying there's no way. You know, no one's saying, no, I don't know. It probably was just a drunken accident. These people know. They know something ain't right. Jen Fisher, I hope you have the best of luck tomorrow. I think you'll be just fine. But good luck to you. Okay, so here is a clip from Fox News. This is another friend.
Meantime, police in the Bahamas looking to hold Brian Hooker in custody until Monday night after his wife Lynette vanished during a boat trip.
So tomorrow
when the incident
night
first came to light, Brian told a friend she was swimming toward the boat, saying, "The wind blew me away from her, and she swam towards the sailboat, and we lost sight of each other pretty quickly." But
Yikes.
authorities say he gave law enforcement a different account, claiming she was stranded out at sea. That friend, Daniel Danforth, joins us now after meeting Brian and Lynette in 2023. And Daniel, thank you for taking time. Let's walk through your communication.
Wow, he met them in 2023.
With Brian and your sort of sense of what do you think occurred here? What transpired?
You know, it's so shocking to not only just me, but to the entire boating community that something like this would happen. That as the event started to unfold, we didn't really wasn't sure what was going on. It was Easter, and my wife had made a post about sailing, and Brian had liked it. And then Monday morning, when the text come out that said that they were looking for Lynette, she had fell off the boat, I grabbed my phone and I went on Facebook and
Wow, it was Easter. Yes, Ostrich, they are. I'll show you guys after this.
went to my notifications where he had liked the most recent photo, and I said, "Hey, did I just see you on the news?" And then he gave me the account that's in the text messages, and it didn't line up a lot. Like when he first told me, you know, I thought it wasn't that serious. Like, you know, she had fell overboard. He was another place. They were going to be back together that afternoon or something. And there wasn't a lot of serious or dramatic to the text. So we actually continued our conversation about sailboats and a few other things. And then when it came out that he was arrested, I was completely shocked. Like, they've had problems in the past, you know, separated before, but we didn't really get involved.
There's her Apple Watch, guys, right here. And it looks like one of those straps that hooks together. It's not elastic or magnetic. It looks like the one that has the little piece that goes through the hole in the wristband and holds it together. Look, I'm going to zoom in. There's her Apple Watch. And according to Lynette's mom, the Coast Guard informed her that they found her Apple Watch. She just doesn't know where. But you can clearly see the little buckle. That had to be taken off of her. That's not just going to slip off, right? According to Brian, it fell off, I guess. Okay, let's keep going.
Because my wife's close friends with Lynette, and I'm close with Brian. So it's like we have a male and a female side of the relationship. So every time somebody has a fight, we try to stay out of it so when they get back together, it don't make things awkward.
Yeah, I totally understand that, Danielle. But let's talk about you're privy to the marriage itself, and some of what set all of this really in motion with questions was his stepdaughter, Carly Aylesworth, did an interview with me and told me that there was this history of domestic violence in the relationship. Now, Brian's attorney, Terrell Butler, came on Fox and Friends yesterday and had this to say about those allegations of prior violence. Listen.
He has categorically denied that. He has denied the allegations.
Listen to this.
And there was mention of an incident that occurred in 2015. And during that, and his wife was the one who was arrested. And he does not want to dwell on negativity. He has been reluctant to respond to the claims made by his stepdaughters, but he did mention that she has a medical history that needs to be looked in. She's on certain medication. She can be easily influenced, and that may be affecting what she's saying.
You hear this crap? This is the part that pissed me off. This is when I was like, this guy is a shitbag. This is Lynette's daughter he's talking about. The one that was in 3rd grade and witnessed him choke his daughter and had to testify in criminal court over it. That's what he just said about her. That's what he told his daughter about her. We'll know more tomorrow, Olivia. If he gets charged, he'll get charged tomorrow. That's the soonest he can get charged is tomorrow. They don't do courts on the weekends. Listen to that again.
He has categorically denied that. He has denied the allegations. And there was mention of an incident that occurred in 2015. And during that, and his wife was the one who was arrested. And he does not want to dwell on negativity.
He doesn't want to dwell on negativity. Get the hell out of here.
He has been reluctant to respond to the claims made by his stepdaughters, but he did mention that she has a medical history that needs to be looked in. She's on certain medication. She can be easily influenced, and that may be affecting what she's saying.
Easy influenced by who? Grandma, who knows everything? You know?
You say about, she's saying one thing, he's saying it's not true. Did you see any indication that there could be domestic violence in this?
I have no knowledge of any kind of domestic violence. All I know is about their experience sailing and then in part of the boating world. And they were very, very experienced boaters. They were, very outgoing.
I think he's lying. Because he said, we're a couples thing, and when we fight with each other, we don't want to do that because then it'll be awkward. I'm thinking something happened and they shut that shit down. Thank you, Pretty Hate. I'm ordering DoorDash. I'm glued to couch. Thank you for the thorough coverage, Jay. Thank you for your generous super chat, Miss Pretty Hate. Thank you for being here. But I think this guy is lying. I think that he knows more than he's saying. And yeah, I'm skeptical of them too, Tina. But, for him to go and say, we decided to keep that part out of the friendship and just keep it, to boating. He doesn't want to get into it. He doesn't want to say what he knows on Fox.
Going forward, they reached out to us to make contact.
Yeah, somebody's there calling you, seeing you on TV. Hey, I
apologize. I'm at work right now.
Well, thank you for taking time. Just in the last 10 seconds I've got, Daniel, is it odd to you, did it strike you as odd that Lynette went in the water with the key?
Yeah, it's very odd. The story in his account, if you're an actual boater and people that boat every day know that the story don't really add up. He said that she fell out of the boat, the wind blew him away, that she was swimming back to the sailboat. So he actually acted like he didn't have a lot of concern, like, she would have made it to the sailboat without a problem. And then when he got to land, why didn't he immediately go back to the sailboat to check and see if she had made it? Or if she did make it to the sailboat, he would expect for her to call out for help too.
Right.
But, 7, 8 hours is a long time that you don't cross. Most of the time when we anchor our boat or anybody anchors, you always anchor in a little group in a protected cove. You're not really out exposed to the open ocean on anchorage. You take the proper captain, you always take proper planning procedures ahead of time, and you sure don't go out in a small dinghy in rough waters. That's usually just for going to land back to your sailboat. It's not really a boat made for commuting.
All right, Daniel Danforth, thank you very much for.
Well, that was pretty telling. I think he told us without telling us, right? He said it doesn't add up. She was swimming back towards the boat. He acted like it was no big deal. And then she just wasn't there. Well, that's not what he said in his message or his voice call with his friend that we listened to. But now I want to take you guys over to their actual YouTube channel because their videos are all still up. And their YouTube is called The Sailing Hookers. This video, I'm going to tell you like years ago because they've been doing this for a long time. I'm going to mute the music because they don't talk. A lot of these are like TikTok, Instagrams where it's just watching it. But it seems to me that they passed a lot of people along the way. Because, like, for example, if you go down in the comments, this person right here says, displaced Cajun. So this must have been in Louisiana. Yeah, Gulf Crossing. It was great meeting and talking to you two in Morgan City. Love it. Thanks for sharing. Looks like a good way to live. It was hearted. Day 2, Brian replacing the fan belt. Blah, ha, ha, ha. Great video. Looking forward to following your adventure. Sure was a pleasure meeting y'all at Warner Bayou. Love your life. Good on ya, America. It's been an eventful day. Brian fell through the front window. What? Hold on. 5:10.
Oh, it's been an event. Brian fell through the front window.
Oh my God. Whoa, 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 whoa.
We're ready to sit down and eat some breakfast.
I didn't know they talked. Okay, my bad.
Have a good day. It's our first night.
Hold on. Here we go.
The sails are up, and we're getting ready to leave Galveston Bay. First blue water dolphin sighting.
No, these people are lifelong boaters. They grew up in Michigan and they boated in Michigan their whole life. This is March 26th, 2023. Our first attempt at crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
It's our first night. Sun just went down. Winds are about 15. I get 6.2 knots right now. 42 feet deep. 6 o'clock at night.
And remember what her mom said? Her mom wanted her to do this. Like, she's literally very detailed about where they are, what they're doing, what the conditions are. She was really doing it.
No, 6:45 at night. Okay. Day 2 of crossing the Gulf of
Like, what is that? what a creep.
No, 6:45 at night.
There's that wooden bench her mom talked about. Remember he said he held her down on the wooden bench and she cracked her neck? Right here.
Okay. Day 2 of crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
We are crossing the Gulf of Mexico.
And Brian found the speaker. Do the foghorn.
I will do the foghorn.
Pretty cool. Not much to see here. Very foggy. It's pretty calm all night. We had a motor most of it, but we do have all of our sails are up. And we're just waiting on the wind. Have a good day. Day 2. Brian is changing out the alternator belt.
Hi, sexy.
Hi. There's our morning sunrise on day 3 of crossing the Gulf. Let's see. Day 3. All 3 sails are up. Winds are a little flaky from 1 to 12. They were 25 earlier. The boat handled it wonderfully. The wind, that is. It's beating us up a bit, and the boat has been beating us up. We have 3 sails up. It's possible one may not come down. We'll try that later today. We're ready to sit down and eat some breakfast. Day 3, 25 knot winds. Oh, it's been an eventful day. Brian fell through the front window. Our head sail will...
Brian fell through the front window? Is that really what happened? I don't like that.
Brian fell through the front window. Day 3, 25 knot winds. Oh, it's been an eventful day. Brian fell through the front window. Our head sail won't roll in. That's an exhausted captain.
But a live one.
That's our infrared.
Our infrared camera is showing the view from halfway up the mast forward of the boat. And you can tell by the way the horizon line dips that we are in the poop today, but not too bad.
Day 4, crossing the Gulf. Due to some gale force winds, we decided to turn north and we're heading towards Louisiana.
Atchafalaya Bay.
And there is the crap that's in the water everywhere, and we have to dodge it. It's day 5 of crossing the Gulf. We have stopped in Morgan City, Louisiana, and it's kind of neat. They have a hurricane wall here. Apparently they can shut the wall up if there's a hurricane that's out the water from going in and taking out the city. Shannon Hardware, which seems to be a big deal around here. Here's G&J Curbside. You're able to order groceries online and they pack them and give you a call when you're ready to be picked up. And the slip is about 1,000 feet away. Just walk through this hurricane wall. And our boat is right down there.
Wow, how tragic. So that one was 3 years ago. Let's see what else they've got on here. All right, we're going to look at the newest one, but first I want to look at their oldest. Sailing trip to Milwaukee 1 year ago. This is when they're in Michigan. I just want to see it.
The video before we take off. How are the boys? Are they still sleeping?
Hey, back. And I'll be like, switch hands on 68, please. And then I'll turn to 68, so will you. And then you'll be like, what up, Hook? Okay? Yeah. Although everybody... Take care, polar bear. Shake, shake, rattlesnake.
Hey, Captain, where are we?
We are in Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Is that the same dinghy? We don't know, Sophia. Her daughter doesn't even know. One of these videos and her buying a plane ticket. This is old. This is 4 years ago. This is 2021.
Heading upriver on our electric team.
We know 2021 from what it sounded like she left him in this year. Hi, Lisa. Thank you for your super chat. Speaking the obvious here, but if you're working through a rough patch in a relationship, don't agree to go on a sailing or hiking trip. Seriously, already. Yeah, it's not a good place to be in. Oh, that music. Okay, let's go back. That's their oldest video. So let's go to the latest. She was supposed to fly, I think her mom said March 13th. The newest is a month ago. And this is them paddleboarding. And the date on this. Hold on. This is in Marsh Harbor. March 9th. Dude, March 9th. Okay, the 11th. Thank you, Loxy. So she had a plane ticket for the 11th. This is the 9th. 2 days before she was supposed to get on a plane or to go back to Florida. Thank you again, Lisa, for your super chat. I appreciate you.
They're still in recovery around here from Hurricane Darian. Some places are brand new. Some are missing. Some are missing roofs. There's a boat sunk.
This is in the Bahamas.
The turtle is like the edge. You can't help yourself, crabby. Oh, I did. Turtle.
They're in the Bahamas. Nick Stan says just proves no matter how perfect something looks on social media. Yeah, looks can be deceiving for sure. I just put the Cooter Chat link in the chat. Thank you in advance for your support. Cooter Chats go straight to me, and our little friend reads them out loud for us. I wonder if they were fighting at that restaurant. Like, that would be the first thing I want to know, is if there was an altercation or if they were extremely intoxicated, or what level of intoxication at that restaurant. And like I said, this video was 2 days before she had an airline ticket to leave him and go to Florida. And she didn't go. Did he know at this point? Yes, thank you, Pines. My email is being put in the chat as well if anybody would like to get a hold of me about this case or anything else. That's the latest video. So then the one before that was actually 6 months ago. So she went 5 months without posting. Wow. I think they posted more on Instagram. I don't think they posted so much on YouTube. But here's another one I want you to watch. Then we're going to watch the one prior to the latest. This is where they buy their boat, I guess. It says the sailing hookers bought a sailboat in Texas. And that. I don't know what this is. I haven't seen it yet. Oh, thank you, Holly.
Closing day in Rockport, Texas. After several years of driving around the country looking for our perfect sailboat, we finally found her in Texas. We bought a Morgan 461. She's a 1980 charter boat from the Virgin Islands. She was a little rough on the edges. The decks needed to be redone, but we knew we were up for the task.
This shit reminds me of Gabby and Brian so much. How about you guys? Like when they got their van and she edited that whole video. I'll turn that down. This is sped up a little bit. She does sound sweet. Hey, Leo, you have a great day. Have fun at your mom's. I don't know how that works with U.S. investigators. I don't know if they partner with us. I don't know how the Bahamas do their law. Suzanne. So his lawyer, can we talk about what his lawyer said? That the woman there was his sister. Do you guys think that there's another woman? Or do you think it really was his sister? I did hear his sister was there. So that might be true. The GoFundMe is for the stepdaughter to either honor her mother in death or to get down to the Bahamas to get down there.
The taping is complete and the first layer of non-skid has been applied. This is only a portion of the paint that we used, but we decided to go with total boat.
Just testing that I can send you tips via Cooter chat. Cutting out the man. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji. Smiley face emoji.
Thank you, Lisa Discovers. Absolutely, you can. Thank you for your Cooter chat. I appreciate it. Once you get used to the Cooter chat, there's no going back. Once you Cooter chat, you'll never go back. I love that. You like that, Pines?
And that is our powerboat friends, Roger and Megan, who have the boat across from us.
I wonder if these ladies ever saw anything.
is our powerboat friends, Roger and Megan, who
Roger and Megan. Roger and Megan, if you're watching, I'd love to talk to you, Roger and Megan. Roger and Megan.
have the boat across from us.
They had the boat across from them. They had to have heard some shit. Because this was 2023. Things were progressively getting worse. I think she left him in 2021, 2022. Carly is her daughter. He has 3 kids. Loud. I mean, it's a nice boat and all, but you see how small that cabin is. Can you imagine being stuck with him in that cabin? Nowhere to go? Where are you going to go? You won't want any other cooter. Once you cooter chat, you'll never go back. A lot of drinking, yes. I mean, it's just so small in there. Like, you don't have anywhere to get away. Unless you want to go sit on the deck.
Brian and
Just
our
a
dock
shot of
partner,
tequila and a
Ronnie.
nice blunt.
Wait, what? Let me turn her back up. Oh, by the way, Interview Room is bringing the power panel back tonight. I'm hoping that Maureen will be there.
Just a shot of tequila and a nice blunt.
Okay, here we go.
Brian and our dock partner, Ronnie.
Look at Scuba Steve. I can't. I literally cannot. I don't think Brian Fitzgibbons is going to be on the Interview Room, Jen. This is his third wife and her third husband. Notice how he never reciprocates and lets her be in the video? She's always filming him. YouTube bad actors always says it like it is. He is.
Here we are at the Rockport Art.
Pine, thank you for your cooter chats. Thank you so much. Remember Natalie Wood? That one still gets me. Yes. Yes, she was pushed off. For sure. 100%. Maybe she doesn't like to be on camera. Maybe. I just feel like maybe this was more her gig than his. The filming, that is. These are their friends, I guess. I love that art.
Brian climbs the mast to install lazy jacks for our safety.
There she is. God, and his name's Brian, too, you guys. When I thought of Gabby Petito, I never think of his name. But it just dawned on me when she said Brian climbs the mast. It sounds like Brian is doing his morning yoga. Dude, this is like a fucking nightmare. This is like another nightmare. Like that of Gabby Petito. Sophia, thank you so much for gifting a membership to Megan May. Megan May, welcome in. Enjoy your membership and make sure you thank Sophia. That part just reminded me of Gabby. Brian's doing his morning yoga. And you know Brian didn't do his morning yoga. Brian didn't give a fuck about yoga. Brian was a hot-headed asshole. Brian Guthrie.
Brian climbs the mast to install lazy jacks for our safety.
For our safety. What a great guy. He's protecting me. Sad, huh? She's even given him accolades like, he's installing these so we're safe.
I sewed some umbrella together to enclose our cockpit.
He just looks like a sumbitch.
Day one, we just left Rockport, Texas.
Brian Guthrie. I hate the music too. But I don't know when they're going to talk and when they're going to play music. Because she's like, I thought it was all music. I almost didn't even listen till I read those comments. So here's one from 6 months ago. This is just short. This is Coloma, California, where gold was discovered in 1848. So they were on a road trip, it sounds like, before they bought their boat, because she said we were on a road trip looking for the perfect boat and we found it in Texas. Here they're in California. Look how beautiful it is. Gold rush. This is where the gold was discovered in 1848. AKA when we took land from the Native Americans for gold. Let's see. And then before that, the Flying Dutchman. Let's see what this is. What the I have no idea what that is all about. Oh, yeah, they get hammered, dude. They get hammered. She's like, I see shark bait. I don't know who that is. That ain't Lynette. Who is that? They're friends?
And disappointment on that line. Aye! Throw him in the water and make him shark bait! I see shark bait! Let us say cheese for the photo. Say aye.
Yeah, we had our cannons on board too.
Stand up and take a picture with.
Was that her? You guys, is that her? She feeling good, matey. Dude, she can scream. If that's her, then she would have fucking been screaming. Is that her, you guys? There's Brian. Ugh. With his shirt all open, probably 10 sheets to the wind. Okay, that's a little bit eerie, knowing what we know. Is anyone tagged? It just says we went out on the Flying Dutchman here in Fernanda Beach, Florida, and had a blast. Amelia Island, Fernanda Beach, the Flying Dutchman. I know, Rachie. I'm getting like flashbacks. Look at the skeleton, and then there's like the hole, and like she's going in the hole. It's creepy. Wow, that was great. That was a lot. Okay. Okay. There's one more I wanted to watch. I'll give you guys this is a short one. Grocery day.
Laundry time.
No, grocery time.
Oh, yep.
Pick up the
Grocery time.
groceries.
This is how we do laundry too.
Hold on. April 24th, 2023. Is that him with the long hair? So he must have had long hair at one time. Yeah, Lori, isn't that weird? I don't know if that's her or just someone on the boat, like cosplaying or whatever. How long have they been uploading videos? What did I say? 6 years on here? On YouTube, anyway.
Laundry time.
No, grocery time.
Oh, yep.
Pick up the
Grocery time.
groceries.
This is how we do laundry too.
That's the dinghy. They're both on the dinghy.
Success.
All right, we got the grub.
Got the grub. You got the Miller Lite, motherfucker. Talking about grub. Ain't nobody stupid. You know her mom was watching this and cringing. Like, oh my God. So there's the dinghy, right? So you can see her leg. She's sitting on one side. He's sitting on the other. The brewskis are in the middle. Yeah, it's a dinghy. It's a boat. It's a little tiny boat that people take from their big boat to land instead of, so they can go get groceries and get supplies or whatever they need. It's just like a little, imagine it being like a golf cart on land. And yeah, so I think this is the one. Yeah, it's definitely him.
Success.
All right, we got the grub.
Got groceries.
Delivery. It's a way of life, man. Delivery.
So this is the boat that he claims she just popped out of. She just popped out. And from the way that we've heard the water described, that's how it is in the Cove. Now here they're in New Orleans. This is April 24th, 2023 in New Orleans.
It's a way of life, man.
It's the way of life, man. Let's see. Oh, 4th of July. Let's see this. Where were they on the 4th of July? Rockport, Arkansas Pass. Let's see. What were they doing on the 4th? Not talking much. The oldest video, Colette, to answer your question, on YouTube, 4 years. And they were in Milwaukee, and then they went to Chicago. Then they went to Catalina Island. And then they went on a road trip, because this is like 4 years ago. And then 3 years ago, 3 years ago, and then 3 years ago, they bought a sailboat. They finally found it. Then they left Mississippi. They went across the Gulf. Groceries. Then they went on the pirate ship. Then they posted the Gold Rush video. And then the paddleboarding was 1 month ago. We don't know about life insurance at all. I mean, she had some through her job, according to her daughter, but that's about it. Oh, this one right here. Look at this. The music. Hold on, let me turn it down. It says, "Don't you two ever get sick of each other?" And then it says, "Me and my husband." This was April 3rd, 2026. $11 days ago? Or how many? What's the date? 9 days ago? Don't you two ever get sick of each other? Me and my husband. Nope. Dancing. Be my lover. Oh my, is right, Lori. Then another one I noticed was this right here. Check this out. Where'd it go? I can't stand all the music in these. But anyways, if you look at this one here, it says Corona 0. And it says 0.0% alcohol. So I'm trying to find the date on this one because remember they were saying like, oh, they quit drinking. Okay, well, this one here is, I'm going to get dinged left and right for this music. March 29th, 2026. Yeah, it doesn't have any alcohol. So were they trying to quit drinking again or something? It's raining. This one is March 29th as well. I'm muting that shit. Okay, so this one is March 31st, 2026. The moonlight. This one would be April 2nd. We're going to listen to this one. I forgot about this. Okay. All right, guys. Here they are in the dinghy boat. In this one. I forgot about this. In the song, You Make My Dreams Come True. Oh, my God. But here you can see real good how they would sit on this dinghy. I mean, is it possible that she fell off? And that they just have this horrific past? It's Hall & Oates, Marcy. Hall & Oates meal. Hall & Oates. Do you think it's possible? Can two things be true at the same time? Because you know what's really weird about Chris Watts is we never heard about any domestic violence. If there was ongoing abuse, Shanann kept that all to herself. Like, not even her best girlfriends knew. Not even her mom knew, because they thought he was wonderful. These people don't think he's so wonderful. That's a difference. He's always driving. Mm-hmm. Robert Wagner got away with it. Yeah, someone brought that up earlier. She could have fallen off, but I think she was helped to fall off. Well, looking at these photos and videos, it's like it'd be a really easy way to explain it, right? It'd be an easy way to explain her simply falling out. So there it is. You get it's small. It's a lot smaller than I pictured. So this must be, okay, here we go. Great Gowanna Cay is where they're at here. So here you can see their little boat. Is that where they are? That is where they are now, right? Isn't that what Ashley showed too? So you can see here as well that they have, look, GPS coordinates. There's a lot of technology on this boat. Plus the app that the daughter talked about having access to. Right? Yeah, that is where they are, because he said the Great Abaco, right here, Great Abaco Sea or whatever. So this is the area they were in. There's Lynette right there. Ugh, his crack. Ugh, I can't. April 2nd. What day did she go missing? April 4th. Did she really go missing April 4th? How do we know? When's the last time someone talked to her besides him? Seriously, what if this, I mean, have we seen anybody say, yeah, they were at this restaurant? Wayne, thank you so much for your super chat. And thank you for subscribing today. For a guy that dives under the boat to clean or check if okay and take that much care could not make a small effort to save his wife. Very good point, Wayne. Beautiful boat, by the way. Are you a boater in New Zealand? Nick Stan says the last IG post was 4-3. Isn't that what this is? The second. Okay. So there was one on the 3rd. So maybe he's not lying about the timeline. I mean, why would you lie about being at a restaurant? You'd clearly be on camera at the restaurant, right? Ew, there you go. There's Brian's buttocks for everybody that wanted to get a view. Someone in here said he was cute. I really would like to hear from people at the bar. Kim Cowles, I just love you, girl. Thank you for being here, and thank you for speaking up and telling me you love all my coverage. I appreciate you a lot. It's really nice. The best kind of feedback. Instead of getting trolled. We were trolled earlier. Hey, let's reset our now is the time when we need to reset our poll. We're going to redo our poll, so let's see where we ended up, guys. Accident or pushed in? 73% of you say pushed in. 4% of you say accident, so you guys are not buying the accident. Not sure, new to the case, 23%. So let's do another one. We'll do the same one, but after everything we watched today. And if you're replaying, go ahead and put in the comment section what you think happened. Keep the discussion going. I definitely don't think it's an accident. I think there's like a 2% chance it could be an accident. So go ahead and vote while we watch some of these videos. You know, it's just so sad. This is where he washed up, where he ended up and was woken up by the security guard. It looks like that same cove, doesn't it? I think this is the same area she went missing in, allegedly. I mean, she's very loosely sitting on this. Luminous, thank you for becoming a member. That's so amazing. Thank you.
Thank you for your support.
But look how she's like so nonchalantly like hanging off the edge. Oof. I mean, could this help him in his story? Hi, Bella. Could things like this, like, oh, well, look at Lynette. You're on the butts, animal mother? Butt joints or butts? Just his butt crack.
So there's a lot of butt joints that we have to cover. And I'm like, Dudley, let's do butt joints together because I don't want to have to do them all by myself.
I know. I'll work on that, ostrich. I could see someone drunk bouncing off. Right. And if you're like super drunk, are you that great of a swimmer? No. You're not that great of an anything when you're super drunk. I don't care how good of a swimmer you are. If someone leaves you there, you're going to run out of steam. If you did fall in and this person is not, finding you. Yeah, same, Lisa. Luminous, thank you for gifting a membership today. Nicole, welcome. Was his blood alcohol checked? Well, it would have been how many hours later? I'm not sure if they took his blood alcohol when they took him into custody, but it would have been how many hours? 9? She seems very comfortable. Well, when you're drunk, though, alcohol comes into play now. Yes, thank you, Luminous. You're here for the new poll. Tiffany B, get your votes in, guys. I am in Florida, Deborah. I am in Tampa, Florida. Okay, let's go back to their short list here. It's not all fun and games here. Oh, let's see what this one is. Okay. She has an Insta 360, so jealous. It could have been an accident, but why? I mean, is he telling the truth? Nobody knows. They were the only two there. He said he threw one of those things into her, those little... This is a dinghy sunset, it's called. This is her... Hold on.
Sailors get the best of both worlds. Yeah.
Oh, he's trashed. He couldn't even talk. March 26th, 2026.
Little dingy sunset.
There it is. Sailors get the best of both worlds. Yeah. Nice. Good job, Hook. Nice sunset.
Well, he said it to his friend that she had the extra key in her dry bag, but no one has found a dry bag. As far as I know, we got Brian, another Brian, and we got a dry bag involved, guys. We have a dry bag. Remember Brian Laundrie's dry bag? Held the freaking notes and shit. We need to find Lynette's dry bag is what we need. Okay, here is 30 knot winds. Hold on, everyone, it says. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I hate when my shorts do this. Yeah, he had a phone. They both had phones. They were in the dinghy. And why is just a watch found, right? I'm just going to scroll through these because it screws up when I go in and out. You hear Brian in the background, and it looks like they're at a bar. Is he at the bar and her like kind of off by herself? Was that him at the bar? It sounds like him mumbling away in the background, doesn't it? Yeah, she wouldn't take her watch off. It doesn't make sense.
You got a ray coming right at you.
There's a giant stingray right there coming right at you. Oh my God, Sam's your favorite. Giant one.
I think people must feed them. Because they went right underneath.
He swam underneath us earlier.
They scare me a little bit.
Here he is. That's his little special watch that his stepdaughter said he had. Here's Lynette. He's drinking a beer. I don't see her drinking a beer here.
But I call him Stingray for a reason.
Right?
Look how clear that water is, though. It's beautiful there. My goodness.
Oh, there's a fish right there.
Oh, that is too cool. She just filmed the Stingray with her 360.
Fish right there.
Oh, yeah. Is that her dry bag? Good eye. Good eye.
Sailboat over there.
You guys.
You got a ray coming right
There's
at
a
you.
giant stingray right there coming right at you. Oh my God, Sam's your favorite. Giant one.
I think people must feed them. Because they went right underneath.
He swam underneath us earlier.
They scare me a little bit.
But I call him Stingray for a reason.
Right? Oh, there's a fish right there.
Here he comes at ya.
Another thing that they never told us is what she was wearing. We never got a description of what she was wearing either. Like, if she's in the water, her clothes could actually come off of her. Or a bathing suit, or a cover-up, or flip-flops. I mean... But the only thing they find is her watch. Was it planted there? Was it in the area where he was found in the morning? Crazy.
Sailboat over there, over yonder. Whoa, that's a big one.
I don't know if it would float or not. Depends on what's in it, I guess.
Sailboat over there, over yonder.
March 24th. We love exploring in our dinghy.
Whoa, that's a big one.
So they spent a lot of time in this thing. Okay, and here they are designed to float. I know they're designed to stay dry. I don't know about floating. But here she is sailing. It is stunning. It is. Oh, it's gorgeous here. Absolutely gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. She tends to sit on the edge. She's very comfortable. The ending is really creepy, knowing that she fell in. Oh, here it is. So I don't know if this is a sign to someone like, hey, I'm not drinking. So this was March 24th, 2026. And that definitely looks like a female's hand. So was this a sign to someone like, hey, I'm not drinking? Why else would you do a video with a 0 beer? Like, if you're drinking, you ain't going to take no video of no 0 beer. It is like a pool floaty. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the floaters double as like little cushions they're sitting on. I mean, it could go either way, you guys. Let's see where the poll stands. Let's see. 88% pushed in. Only 1% say accident. It was 4 before. Wow. I mean, some of this could, like, you know, if this goes to a trial or something, be like she was super comfortable. You know, it was an accident. Paddleboarding today in the Bahamas, March 22nd. And it looks like they're in this same area, but I mean, it's hard to tell, but it looks like they're in this shallow. Is this the area she supposedly fell over in? Shallow like this? There he is. Always off in the distance, just like with Gabby. Weird.
Coming in for adult beverage and to investigate private beach. I got my own private beach with my sexy husband.
Boob cam.
The boob cam. I finally found a use for a bathing suit top. Coming in for adult beverage and to investigate private beach. I got my own private beach with my sexy husband.
Boob cam.
The boob cam.
Ugh, talk about boobs. You're the one with boobs, sir. The moob cam.
Boob cam.
The boob.
His past, you think we'll get him charged, Daz? We'll know tomorrow by 7 p.m. Eastern.
I got my own private beach with my sexy husband.
Boob cam.
The boob cam. I finally found a use for a bathing suit top.
Hello there. Staying upwind from Mar-a-Lago is much fun.
Yeah, there's another one. Look at all that beer they got. No, I haven't seen her drinking. She just said she was going for an adult beverage. That's the first time. I haven't seen her with a can. But they sure do stock up on the brewskis. That's for sure. You think she was unconscious? We don't know, Kelly. We just know they're questioning him. That's pretty much all we know at this point. I mean, is it possible this guy blacked out? Yes, Angie B is doing a lot better, you guys. Thank you for asking, Jen. So these are the little flotation devices right here. Can you see them? She's sitting on it, and I think he's sitting. I think they have a blue and a green one. I just wonder how deep it was where they were supposedly at this restaurant. Does anybody know the name of the restaurant? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Do you think she had him pose for these videos? Ugh. Moob alarm? I mean, these are beautiful videos. It's just so sad. Show me the reason why you don't have money. Looks like they went down the coast of Florida as well.
So this morning I got up and I decided I'm gonna have a good day today. Instead of waiting around for a good day to happen, I'm gonna go out there and make it happen myself. And so can you.
Check this out.
Okay.
Most of these are just stupid music ones.
Well, it's happened. Ran aground.
We ran aground.
We are catching off. Catch this. But at least we can walk ashore. Well, it's happened. Ran aground.
All right, there's another beer one. Bo Bear, welcome. Thank you for becoming a member today. Happy Sunday, and thank you for your support.
So we thought we'd try to be a sailboat today instead of a very slow power boat. Still waiting on the wind.
She seems very, very experienced, for sure. And very comfortable. A black bathing suit? Thanks, Danny. I agree with that too. Hey, Bishop. So pretty there. Michelle.
Everybody get up.
I love her videos. I love the manatees. This is really sad. They were in this thing a lot, tooling around. But it's always shallow everywhere they were. I never know if they're going to talk or if it's going to be that silly music. Bird Shit Island, she called that. I just got a new ring light. Nothing exciting. Yeah, see, there's their floating devices. There's your buddy Brian. I can't believe this guy's name is Brian. There are a few marinas docks. Should we look at a map? Do you guys want to look at the map? Were they at the Abaco Inn? Is that where they were? Is that the name of the place they ate dinner at? Oh shit, I'm on top chat. Let's pull that up on a map. I don't know if they have like a drone or what they're using. That's I'm not so. Okay, let's look at it. Abaco Inn. And he said that he woke up he spent the night in the Abaco Sea. So let's do this. Let's go. Yeah, this is where he was found, at this boatyard by a 24-hour security guard. This is it. Let me show you again before I go to the map. I did on this computer. On that computer, I didn't. They were coming from Hopetown. I wonder if this is where they also found the watch. That sounds fun, Mama Bear. Have a great night. Okay, so let's go to Google Maps. Okay, here we are. I'm zooming out. Okay. So they were staying north. They were in the area of Elbow Cay, like we thought, at the Abaco Inn. Did not know we had a name. Let's take a look at this place. So to go back to their boat, though, they would have gone north, right? Here's a video. I mean, obviously they weren't staying here. They were at the restaurant. Let's see if we can get views of it. How pretty. But we don't know exactly where he was found. All we have is this. It doesn't say where. It just says the Bahamas beach and marina, where locals say American man Brian Hooker washed ashore. He was met by an overnight security guard about 8 hours after Lynette disappeared. We just don't know where that location is. So here's the outdoor restaurant area. Probably a little docks over here. You see like a little pontoon boat and shit. See, right here is where they would have docked. Over here on the right. So this is the last place that they were at, but we haven't heard from anybody who works here, who waited on them, who served them drinks, who talked to them. As far as I know, we haven't heard of anybody coming forward. There's got to be people that have footage, you know. Local in the Bahamas? I don't know if you can even watch that. I haven't even looked, but you guys can look. Check that out. Marsh Harbor, Danny. Here's the Elbow K Cove. And then if you guys say they were in Hope Town is up here. Hope Town Point is at the very top. Let me see what you were saying. Well, I think what you'd do is you'd like dock your boat. I'm not sure. I've never done this, but from what I've heard, you would dock your boat. See if we can go walk down there. And you take the little dinghy to the land. So it's just like supposed to be a short distance from what I understand. But I don't know, but look at all this construction. This is freaking 2020. But here's your restaurant here. Do. What's this sign say? Abaco Inn. Oh. That's it. Right on the beach. I can see why they wanted to eat dinner here. It's beautiful. So this was their last known location. The sailboats tie up in the water a little ways away, then you dinghy in. It's a marina and an inn. So is that the marina where he... Let's see if this looks familiar. Hold on. See if we can make out. I mean, I guess if we really studied it, we could. Gray Hughes will probably do it. Gray, why don't you get online, get on your little mapsies, find this little cove that sticks out so you can go and see. See the little cove right here. I'm not making enough money tonight. You need to donate more, but see this little cove right here? And then see it on the maps. That's what I need you to do. Elbow Cay is 6 miles long and very narrow. So there's probably a lot of cameras too. Boatyard, where American washed up after his wife went missing. This is where old Brian was found the next morning. So if we look at this part, right? Let me move this down a little bit. See that right there? God, look how bright I am. But see that little thing? See, it's got like construction and shit. We should be able to find that on a map. Like if this was the area, but this is 2020. Here's 2025. Boom, there we go. Oh, wow. What a difference. Let's go down here a little bit. I want to know how far from the restaurant she fell off. Did he say? Hold on, because this goes around a little circle. There we go. Does this look like it? I don't see a boat area, though. Yeah, I'm just way too hungry to look it all up, but I'm sure we could find the area if it hasn't already been announced. I don't know. But I mean, all these places here, don't you think they have cameras? Look at that little truck. Like, I would love a little truck like that. It's so cute. I could see myself going to like thrifting and estate sales in that little truck, throwing my finds in the back. Heck yeah. I would think all these places would have cameras, but hey, what do I know? I want to know where this guy ended up in the morning. Found by a security guard. Was he like passed out? I don't know. I could be here all day. Could it be this? I can't drop down there. I don't know, but this son of a bitch was found somewhere. Do we know how far? 2.5 miles from shore, but by the restaurant or? I mean, it does get pretty deep, guys. But, I mean, how far out would you be? So we're thinking all this happened at the El Baco Inn because that's where the bigger boat was? Could they have docked over here somewhere? No. I mean, shit, he could have been found right over here. Oh. Does anyone know the time of the event? She went in the water. We heard it was around 7:30, but I don't know. Look north, there's a big marina. Okay, thank you. What is hamburger? That's weird. Why is it marked hamburger? And there's like nothing there. Why would it say hamburger? Elbow Cave Cove. White Sound Beach. Saint Somewhere. I want to live in Saint Somewhere. I'm just not seeing the marina. This one? Aquamarine? I mean, I don't think they were this far, right? I mean... Can't you just get a little bungalow for the night? Yeah, she said that this area did get... I was watching their videos. She said they did get hit by a hurricane. So Hopetown Harbor, is this what they were in? This harbor? I see Hopetown Inn and Marina. Because I'm hungry. I know I'm starving. You can tell because I'm losing steam, aren't I? Anyways, I got through everything I wanted to get through. The mooring balls. That's where they said the boat still was. Was down here. Okay, so that's where her mom was saying. Remember, she asked if they took it in for evidence. She said no. It was still at the mooring balls I didn't know what that meant. I've given you guys a lot of information, and I appreciate you guys hanging out with me this Sunday. For sure, for sure. The mooring balls. I just figured out what they were.
These nuts.
Nice to see you, Michelle, and nice to see everybody. Oh, the drone. Don't remind me. Okay, guys, I am out of here. I will put all the materials we went over. I'll put links in the description. Thank you, Wayne, and thanks for subbing up today. But I'll put all the links for everything that I found in the description of the video, and we will wait until tomorrow and see what happens if this guy gets arrested or not. Will he go to the clinker? Will he not? Let's see what our poll says before we go.
The clinker, the big house.
Ballet Flats, thanks for listening. Push in, 81%. Accident, 3%. Not sure, 16%. Thank you, Penny. Thank you, guys, everybody. Hit the like button if you haven't already. And if you're replaying, thanks for being here. And go ahead and put your theories in the comment section down below. I will see you guys tomorrow over there on Everyday with Jay. Everybody have a great rest of your Sunday. And don't forget to watch the interview room tonight because we're going to be discussing it this week. I'll see you guys. Thank you again for your support. So much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.